Alrighty, guys, good evening. Happy fucking Thursday. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight, we are going to be having a podcast. I have some coffee brewing right here. We're going to be podcasting beginning of the stream, guys. See where things go here. But as it turns out, there's a congressional UAP hearing on Wednesday, I think it was. Yeah. I don't know if it's announced. It's very difficult to keep track of stuff that actually happens in the government prior to it just like popping out and hearing about it in the news. I saw it on the NPR when I was taking a shit earlier today. So, as it goes, guys, like I didn't even know what happens. We've covered every single one of the congressional UAP reports as they've happened. If you guys are curious what UAP reports are, it is the government's version of actually putting together information on UFOs because they're forced to take it seriously, as it turns out. Yeah. They're actually forced to take it seriously because, as it turns out, when there's highly advanced, technologically advanced aircraft flying around or unknowns, it actually poses a security risk to your nation when you have no idea what the fuck they are. And for the longest time, they weren't taken seriously. UAP reports were not actually a thing up until 22. Yeah, like Arrow, which is the new organization that now oversees UAP reports, was formed in 22. Okay. Yeah. All domain anomaly resolution office. I can never remember the name. They're basically forced, and prior to them existing, there was not actually a branch of the government. There's no Men in Black. There's not a branch of government that was actually, well, as far as we know, was not a branch of the government that is actually designed to take into account UAP reports from military personnel. We aren't talking about crazies on the Discovery Channel or on YouTube that are farming clout. These are actually people in the military that generally in the past have not reported things, mainly due to the fact that when they report them, basically they're stigmatized, right? You're the crazy person that's talking about things that you didn't really understand, little green men sort of stuff. It's nothing to do with little green men, by the way. And if they do exist, I highly doubt that they're actually little green men on our planet. Specifically because we're so far away from civilization, and, you know, just like with Mars, what you send to other civilizations are basically UAVs, right? Unmanned aerial vehicles, or just, in general, drones, because there's no point in going there, because it takes, fleshy human meatbags take forever to get to wherever they're going, right? And they're obviously more volatile. You send a probe, you probulate, right? Anyways, we've had a lot of really weird shit happening on our planet as people become more and, you know, better at taking photos and stuff. Hello, we have a computer in our pocket. More footage has started emerging that's relatively unexplained. But as it turns out, the government, there's a lot of people that, including people in Congress, thought the government wasn't being completely honest with us. You know, obviously, Area 51 sort of tinfoil hat shit, right? This is, by the way, is not tinfoil hat shit. The only stuff we cover is UAPs from basically the information released from the government. And the reason for that is because the government isn't trying to farm clout, and it's generally a bipartisan issue. It is something where Congress feels as though they're being kept in the dark, so they're trying to probe basically the military branch to figure out what exactly is going on here. Through witness testimony, through other stuff that's going on. Last year it was Gersh was the big one, who testified, who was a former military contractor with extremely high-level clearance. And not much emerged after that. It was a big deal up until June when he testified, and other pilots testified as well, basically from Tic Tac. And so Tic Tac, if you guys don't know, is it's one that hasn't been explained away, which is a military, it was a training exercise between two F-16s, I believe, F-18s, F-16s. But they're tandem fighters, meaning there were 4 people, and all 4 people saw the same thing. And all 4 people also testified that they saw it, and it's not really something where you can explain it away. They even caught it on radar and stuff. Yeah, you can't really explain it away. It's not something where one person was having an hallucination, or 2 people were even having an hallucination. As 4 people. And to this day, it's still one of the strongest evidence for basically UAPs existing, because it had radar footage as well as basically testimony from multiple people and multiple witnesses who are also trained military personnel and supposed to be, you know, like thinking under the gun. It's still really weird how I've never, like, people on Twitch don't cover this at all, and I have no idea why. We've covered it basically since it became a big deal, once again in 22, and usually quarterly they release stuff, but there really hasn't been anything this year. However, there's this, which just popped up, I guess, what was it? Yeah, Wednesday, on Wednesday. Which is weird, because last week I was actually Googling, and I was like, it's been a while since we've seen something. Last week I was Googling, and nothing popped up. I'm going to get my coffee, guys, before we get too much into this. We're going to take a look at information that's available here, possibly take a look at the hearing as well, which I'm not actually, normally I don't cover anything in the government, but in this case, we will make an exception. It's literally the only thing I've ever listened to from Congress, so yeah. Yeah, I don't care. I don't like most stuff I don't give a shit about, right? We occasionally talk about politics and such if things are just getting completely ridiculous, as we did with the last election. However, like, I don't really cover government stuff. This, however, is something we listened to the original congressional hearing, which I think was like 4 hours, which is actually worth listening to, or 3 hours, 3 hours, something like that. The UAP report last year, the expert testimony, was actually really, really good. And this year, we have more of the same, which we're going to take a look at here in a second. Otherwise, and the weird thing about this guys, by the way, is the congressional people, the people in Congress that are actually pushing for this, the initiative to actually, basically, what do they call it, transparency or uncovering stuff that they feel they're being kept in the dark with. The weird thing about it is it's a bipartisan issue, meaning both people, like every branch, or not every branch, but everyone from every political party, like it's kind of something where people just don't really, like they aren't like aligning left and right. It's just something where people are in general are just trying to figure out what's going on. Pretty cool. Uniting factor in general. And yeah, once again, we're gonna take a look at here in a second. Let me grab my coffee, guys. Be right back. It never feels the same doing the podcast without my cam on, guys. I'm sorry. Just gonna have to bear with it. But yeah. Also, we cut out the podcast mainly due to the fact that not enough time on my stream, and in general, I'd rather play games for a little bit as opposed to you know, an hour-long podcast and then like an hour of games or 2 hours of games. So, but tonight is something special, and in my personal opinion, definitely worth covering. So, this isn't every month. This isn't something that happens all the time, guys. But definitely worth taking a peek at here, guys. Let's see. So I don't know exactly what information was presented or how much is actually available. We're going to take a peek at this. I think we are actually just going to... Oh, this is straight to the YouTube. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So this was on Wednesday. 2.5 hours. I don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. We'll see what this is. This is supposed to have new information in it.
Good morning.
I turned off the comments.
The Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation, and the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs.
Once again, we don't watch any of this shit,
Good
but
morning,
this I feel as though is
everyone.
worth watching.
Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time.
Once again, this
And
is
I recognize
from the government,
myself for
guys.
the purpose of making an
This
opening
isn't
statement right now.
This isn't just a
Good
crazy
morning and
YouTube
welcome
video.
to
This
today's
isn't just
historic
something
hearing,
of someone
which I'm
farming clout.
co-chairing with
This
Mr.
is Congress.
Grossman, whose
Official
subcommittee
hearing.
held an important hearing on this topic last year. I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson,
Apparently, Gersh
Lena,
isn't actually at this one, which is
Mr.
weird considering how
Garcia,
much of an impact he made
for
on the
their
last one.
relentless drive to get answers on UAPs. They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs to cut through the secrecy surrounding
Congress,
this
once
issue.
again, this isn't just
and many
randos.
high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence
Makes
communities
it kind of weird, doesn't it? It
believe
feels
UAPs
surreal.
demand greater attention, and thus the purpose for this hearing today. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program.
Once again, it is actually kind of ridiculous that like no one on Twitch actually covers this, which is absolutely insane.
That quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us.
Oh.
Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new,
This is military.
and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that. But UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who...
Weird thing, by the way, I'm gonna point this out, guys. Who did I vote for? I voted for Trump. And if you want to actually... I probably should have highlighted the bit on that, but I talked about it, basically the stream I came back from, which was 5 days ago, I think, when I came back again. Yeah. There's reasons for that. If you're curious, if you're just going to stereotype, though, you can go fuck yourself, though. But, you know, there's reasons for that, and I was originally going to vote for Biden. Once again, there's a lot of reasons. This entire election was a clown show. And unrelated. We're getting off topic here. If you're curious about that, take a look. We talked about it for an hour when I came back. I probably should have highlighted it like 5 days ago, I want to say. It's at the beginning of the stream. Basically, all my podcasts are at the beginning of the stream where I talk with my cam on if I actually have a podcast. Otherwise, we go back to... just playing games. Either way, what the fuck was I even talking about? UAPs, bipartisan issue. What the fuck did she just say?
In the government that are aware of that.
Oh, so before I got segued here, I want to point out that people aren't crazy for thinking aliens exist, guys. People are crazy for thinking they don't exist. And the reason for that is if you have any concept of how fucking big the universe is, there's most definitely fucking aliens in it. Like, there's no way. You're talking billions, trillion, not billions, like zillions of planets. There's no way, there's absolutely no way that aliens do not exist. It's impossible. Whether or not they're here, is up in the air, and then you could even extend this further. Aliens existing at one point in time, because we live on a timeline, right? Humans in general have been around in civilization around for a couple thousand years, right? But in terms of our technological advancement, it's literally the last 100 years in which things have become ridiculous, right? Like the last 100 years, we just had we had steam engines 100 years ago. Was it 100? Yeah, like the combustible engine was coming around, like internal combustion engine was coming around like literally 100 years ago. Yeah, we're like steam powered 100 years ago. The world itself, well, not 100, I think it's 120 years ago. The world itself has changed drastically in the last 100 years. Now, if you can imagine fucking eons in which civilizations or planets existed, there is most definitely aliens. So it's not even, I don't even know how many zillions it is. I was just picking out some random fucking long-ass number, right? Because I don't know how many, like, the whole thing about, like, our understanding of the universe, which, this is a 2-hour thing, and I actually want to start watching this before I get it segued off on the side here, because I can talk about this shit forever, but, like, our understanding of the universe is... small. It's astronomically small. And you can... Okay. I'm pretty sure I was actually off. So, here we go. And this is just, like, with our limited understanding, people are guesstimating 70 quintillion planets to 22 sextillion planets, which I don't even know how many zeros that is. So, yeah. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Let's see, 6 How many zeros does 6 ? 21 zeros. Sextillion? Yeah. Hey, Link. Don't be a dumbass. I will 100% ban you. So please be a little bit, metered. Please be a little bit metered. I'm not an admin raw streamer. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a fucking lot, guys. But anyways, the whole idea is you're absolutely fucking crazy if you don't believe in aliens. It's weird because the stereotype is you are crazy if you believe in aliens, right? But it's actually the complete opposite. Whether or not they're here right now or they've been here or, whatever, that doesn't fucking even matter, right?
UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain
There's people that literally don't believe in aliens, which is
because
insane.
They feared what might
it's not even fucking sci-fi. It's just the understanding 6 tillion, 21 zeros. 21 fucking zeros number of planets speculated in the universe, which is probably wrong, mind you. And there's people that think that there aren't actually aliens.
We stood firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from pursuing a subject to ground, come hell or high water. On that score, I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We have before us a panel of individuals accomplished in the military,
expert witnesses this time, which is ridiculous.
And in journalism. Some of the testimony you will hear them.
Universe is for us to be alone. It's like that's completely narcissistic take, right? Is the fact that we're alone, right? The idea that we are the sole intelligent life in the universe is like, you remember, what was it, like 500 years ago where they thought the fucking sun, the sun rotated around the earth, right? Like 500 years ago. That's the fucking ideology that people have for aliens. Like, come on, please. What the fuck? I get it. You are a unique little snowflake. You are, but that's absolutely absurd.
It's never easy to present such information publicly. So I appreciate your.
And by the way, they also have I forgot what it's called, but they have an actual private hearing for security clearance only. So we get kind of just like the fluff on the outside.
This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the
sounds like that was Warhammer.
Our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life
in the military?
Or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs
maybe in a former life
yielded any useful knowledge, we also
I could actually understand why people would want to be in the military, though, even if you're against it. It is straightforward hierarchy.
Invested, how much has been spent? They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the
and an upgrade path, basically a path forward where you can actually,
the reality is,
move up in life, right? It's like almost like a video game in terms of
the transparency of
progress,
the Defense
progressing
Department
yourself, right?
And the intelligence community have long been abysmal. The Pentagon
what do I do for work? I deal with crypto.
Consecutive audits. In fact,
I don't talk about my job,
actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials.
A lot.
A reluctance
which doesn't pay me shit.
To declassify materials when appropriate.
I love you.
At
No.
times, an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs.
And if you haven't watched, by the way, if you haven't watched the original congressional UAP report, I suggest you do. If you didn't watch the Gersh testimony last year, I also suggest you do if you're interested in this stuff. Nothing. I don't watch fucking anything else, guys. I don't fucking watch anything else. But this I'll watch.
From the American public, but also from their elected representatives.
Or when the government knew all the... Yeah, no. I don't think that's how that works.
Was legislation created in the Pentagon.
The way this is turning out, is it seems like even people in the government that are supposed to have clearance to know everything don't, which is actually kind of weird.
You know. Arrow, intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAPs, was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions Arrow is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that Arrow itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy if it's really no big deal and there's nothing there? Why hide it from the American people?
Good morning.
Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that Arrow report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials, of which they are personally UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs.
The weird thing is, I'm going to point out here, guys, if you don't know what AARO is actually the government organization that Congress put into play to basically make things visible, to actually gather information on UAPs and basically be a transparent organization for UAP research and UAPs in general. And what's called into question here is after they were formed, they immediately became subjugated, I guess you could say, by some sort of entity. And it is true, because once UAP was formed in 22, it's either 21 or 22, when AARO was formed, they were supposed to put up a website in like a couple weeks. It took them 2 years to do it. It took, like, literally, like, it came online like last year. It took them forever, and someone had to step in and force them to basically make a website that they're designed to make in the first place, where people could actually, report on this stuff, right? And they didn't even do it.
I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency.
So, Congress is now questioning that AARO itself might have been compromised, I guess you could say, or they aren't being forthright with information that they actually have available to them. And even Congress is thinking, the people outside of it, obviously, tinfoil hat crew are already thinking that, right? Let's see. Subtitles.
Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy if it's really no big deal and there's nothing there? Why hide it from the American people? Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that AARO report. We will also hear from witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials, of which they are personally aware and directly experienced.
Insert my honorary fan club.
We will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add
witnesses, guys,
at
or
the
testimony.
end of my closing statement is there is a
I don't know if they have witnesses
that will be entered into the congressional record today. Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original document from the Pentagon about Immaculate Constellation that Michael Schellenberger delivered to Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger.
I believe this was a experimental research program from like the 70s or 80s. I don't know offhand. I think they talked about this last year.
About this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist. So with that, I would acknowledge my colleagues, Mr. Garcia. I want to say, first of all,
this
to
Congress,
Mr. Connolly,
guys,
who
this
cannot
isn't
be
just
here
random
today,
bullshit.
the ranking member on my subcommittee on cybersecurity. I want to say that I was greatly saddened to hear about the recent news of Mr. Connolly's cancer diagnosis, and I want to convey to him and to all of our colleagues, we wish our very best to you and a full and speedy recovery.
He knows too much.
With that, I would acknowledge Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I want to thank the Chairwoman and the Chairman both for their continued support and really treating this discussion and these hearings in a way that's bipartisan. I think one thing that's very important for all of us that are interested
every day, guys,
in
said this at the beginning of the stream.
Conversation around UAPs is that this is an area that both Republicans and Democrats, where we may disagree in a lot of other spaces,
we're every day
where bipartisanship is really important. And in fact, I would add it's critical that we all continue to work together in a way that moves forward with the truth and important disclosure. So we're here to have a bipartisan and serious conversation, I believe, about our national security.
Kind of endearing is the fact that basically these are just a bunch of people that don't agree on much of anything,
data
except for this.
I want to note that we have our witnesses here, and I want to thank you all for being here, and note that also amongst you have folks that have also served us in our military. And I know that for many of you, this has been a difficult process, but I'm very grateful to have you with us today, and I thank you for joining us. I also want to note that today's hearing builds on a quite, I think, also historic.
Pretty sure I remember seeing him on the other congressional
many
hearings.
months ago, that Mr. Grothman and others.
There's also a really
helped
fucking
lead,
old lady,
in
too.
this very
I
same
don't even
hearing
remember
where
her
I believe we began a really important public conversation about UAPs. And so I want to thank him for that, and I especially want to thank Chairwoman Mays for her continued advocacy on this topic. I also want to
One thing that could really bring us together, guys, is aliens, and I don't mean in like a Starship Troopers sort of way.
As your witnesses will testify, and also possibly in
Spend too much time on our planet caring about our small little problems.
We don't know what they are, and this is, of course, why we're discussing UAPs. Now, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, has reported hundreds of UAPs that remain, quote, uncharacterized and unattributed, and which, quote, appear to have demonstrated.
So, my favorite one that I like to show, guys, my favorite one, these are on their website, by the way. This is a government, like, they literally had a branch up here. Oh, it says an official website of the United States government. They have to put that up there so you don't think they're crazy. My favorite one, let's see. Fuck is it? They're all the old ones. No. I mean, that's a pretty good one. That's not what I... Oh, this is the favorite one that I like showing off, guys. Because this here is, if you guys think it's all, you know, all the footage is just grainy and such, this is from the AARO website. This... And by the way, my every time I show it, usually people come up with a different explanation for it. My favorite explanation, this is a Reaper drone, I believe, in Afghanistan, that happened to film this, which is why everything's blurred out. This right here. That floating, flying metal object. This is a Reaper drone, by the way, and there's someone that's piloting it right now. And they captured this thing, what looks like a flying metallic sphere. Yeah. That's just flying through the air, and it's clearly this isn't like Spielberg shit, guys. This isn't like some sort of like edited footage. This is straight from this is like the military after they got declassified. Right there, it is clearly flying through the air. It's not dropping, by the way. And the best explanation my chat has come up with, by the way, is volleyball. Okay, it's a medicine ball thrown out of a paratrooper airplane to spoof the military. Yeah, so someone flew over with, you know, paratroopers, they whatever they're called, you know, the people that jump out of airplanes and parachute in, right? Yeah, for fun. That's what they did. They were spoofing the Reaper drone, so they threw a medicine ball out of a paradropper airplane. That's what this is. This is the explanation. And you might go, oh, you know, this is fucking... I'm making, you know, like tongue-in-cheek here, because there is literally no explanation for this. This is not a drone, and there are some drones that can be kind of spherical, but they have ports for basically the turbines, right? So they don't really look like turbines. This is clearly a flying ball. A metallic flying ball. And once again, this is a couple years old at this point, by the way. There's only so much shit you can make up. And this is my favorite one to show, you know, when people go, all footage is grainy, and you know this is a little low quality. Most instrumentation on aircraft, and especially military, is made for other military, so like infrared, for instance, for finding heat signatures from vehicles and such, right? Yeah, there's literally, you can't explain this. There's zero explanation that you could possibly come up with for this, guys, and that's pretty much it. It's why this is unexplained. It's why I like showing it off every time. There's zero explanation. This one's also another one. It's the same exact sphere, well, in a different part of the world. It's a very similar sphere that flies past the cockpit of, I think this is another F-16. Yeah, and these are the old ones. These are the Tic Tac and Go Fast. These are the old ones, which are also unexplained and very, very prevalent. Yeah.
Unusual flight characteristics or
unusual, yeah. Balls don't fly, guys. Even if you want them to, they don't. I think the closest thing I've seen to a flying ball, if you ever see the video of the scientific experiment where people throw a ball off of a dam, right, and it starts to spin and it'll actually cavitate and like fly through the air a little bit. But that like goes and tapers up. Then it falls in the water.
Now, we shouldn't prejudge what they might be. I'm certainly not going to.
It's a shit ball. Totally look like that on a link.
We know that we don't understand them.
Even though it's flying sideways. Yeah.
Now, the American people have legitimate questions, and I believe it's critical that Congress should help address them. This is about the truth and science and facts. Now, transparency and faith in our institutions is vital in a good democracy. Now, I'm proud to say that this hearing will build on that important bipartisan work, and I want to thank everyone for being involved.
Love this. This is like fucking Christmas. I don't even fucking care about Christmas, guys. This is Christmas for me.
In July, we heard testimony that
you know, obviously, I kind of taper things off. You can only go so far with trying to figure out if aliens exist, right, before you end up in the crazy tinfoil hat part of the YouTube.
We heard that commercial pilots will carry UAPs.
But this is presenting information that's highly credible because it's generally from the government and it's non-biased because they don't have a reason to lie.
That most reports still reflect a bias towards restricted military airspace airspace, a result of reporting from military personnel and sensors present in such areas. And so the lack
turned off
of
their comments
ability
too.
for civilian pilots raises real safety concerns and limits our ability to understand UAPs. This is a
Revolution will
particular
quietly
piece
be
of
streamed
this
on a
conversation
live on
that I
a
am
workday
very
on
interested
Wednesday.
in. Now, our last hearing inspired us to introduce the Safe Airspace
No
for
shit.
Americans
I didn't
Act.
even, guys, I didn't even fucking hear about this. I didn't even fucking hear about this until, like, what? Today. I didn't even see it till today from NPR, and that's it. I would not have known this didn't even exist. I wouldn't have even known this existed, except for NPR. Only reason.
Chairman Rothwin, Chairwoman Mace, and a bipartisan group of
fucking
co-sponsors.
hilarious.
I see some of our leaders from Safe Airspace for Americans Act here, and that would create a safe reporting for UAP process, which we want to continue to do. Now, members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have now taken an interest in this issue.
Yeah.
Mainstream media, in many cases, are beginning to take more of an interest in this issue.
Yeah.
And we should all be proud to carry
Gersh,
that
they were
work
very
and
active
build
about,
confidence
which is
for
weird,
Americans.
considering how fucking every outlet was reporting on it, and it was nowhere on Twitch. You realize that you think people on Twitch would be sci-fi fans, right? They're like, like this is the wet dream, like aliens, real possible aliens, and no fucking one on Twitch is covering it.
People.
What the fuck? It's been that way for years. Don't understand it.
To me,
Maybe Twitch is fake.
And others are simply about the truth
AI.
and getting to the facts of what these UAPs actually are. It's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in
Pastors are
Congress
AI.
can work together to cut through misinformation and look for a serious and thoughtful way to have the discussion in public. Many of us have also called for additional
this is interesting
public
for you
hearings
guys,
to
right?
discuss
I mean, this is for
UAPs.
me.
This should be a topic that continues on throughout the Congress so that we can gather more information, data, and work with the relevant agencies to gather more information.
Yeah.
Finally, just want to add that those that are here on this dais, many of us have participated also in classified briefings as well, and where we have also gained a lot of important, I think, and interesting information, at least I personally have. And so with that information, we want to continue today's hearing, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here. And with that, I'd like to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and I'd now like to recognize Mr. Grothman for a 5-minute introduction.
Yeah, I mean,
thank you.
Things are pretty
Good morning. I'd like
censored
to
nowadays,
thank our
guys.
witnesses for
They're
being here one more
ridiculously
time.
censored, and it's just left and right. It really depends on what website you're on. It's pretty insane at this point. At some point, people thought it became permissible to start censoring stuff they don't like, and that's led to kind of our Orwellian version of what we're in right now. It doesn't matter that you have complete free... Well, to a certain extent, it does matter that you have free speech in real life, guys. But because we don't really have free speech online, we can't talk about, depending on where you are, you can't talk about stuff that matters. And one of the reasons I voted the way that I did this election was because one side was actually talking about being pro-censorship, which you don't want. It doesn't matter if you think it'll help you. It's what happens if the other side gets... Just segue here, guys. What happens if the other side... Because imagine... And the side, by the way, that was advocating for censorship lost. So if you were for censorship, what happens when the other side ends up in control and tells you what to think and say? Yeah, that doesn't work out. No one wants... You should never want censorship, ever. That should not be your thing.
A topic I've been...
It shouldn't. That's just... It's weird that we have to go through the ropes of explaining why censorship's bad nowadays.
And for making this a joint subcommittee hearing. Last year, the Subcommittee on National
Like
Security,
guns.
the Border and Foreign Affairs held an historic hearing to understand the potential national security risk of unidentified anomalous phenomena.
This is basically a recap,
UAPs.
which we can go through here.
We heard from former Navy Commander David Fravor.
That's pretty good.
Who shared firsthand experience with a UAP engaged while on duty in the Pacific.
I believe that's the guy from one of the pilots from Tic Tac.
Intelligence community who revealed the supposed existence of secret government programs
That was Gersh.
hidden from congressional oversight. Additionally, former military pilot Ryan Graves informed us of the limited ways in which the military and commercial pilots can report UAP sightings. Since
That was,
last hearing,
they had 3 witnesses last year.
several briefings with government agencies to deepen my understanding with these issues. First, the Department of Defense Inspector General's office informed us that the Department of Defense does not have a streamlined process for service members to report UAP activity. Since
The best military in the world does not have a way to report things that they don't understand, guys. Just bravo. Bravo fucking oh. You can't make this shit up. Yeah. You think there's men in black, guys. You really do, until you realize the government's generally too incompetent to have a men in black.
Then the Joint Chiefs have implemented standards for UAP reporting.
Maybe there is something like Reagan or something. I don't know.
Intelligence
But
community Inspector
they're obviously
General
not public
informed
in
us
a
that
normal
whistleblowers
branch.
often fear retaliation for reporting mismanagement of
Yep.
highly sensitive government projects or information. Finally,
It was important immunity was
AARO
put into place
has
last year
expressed
for
to the
people like
committee
this,
that, like any
for
other
whistleblowers, so they don't get sent to
government
prison.
agency, it's faced challenges in its
Because it's important for
establishment,
transparency and keeping the
specifically
government
in hiring
honest.
staff
As it
to
turns out,
manage
unrelated
UAP
to
historical
UAPs.
records and coordinating with other federal agencies. Well, these agencies have been helpful to us in understanding the challenges that come from collecting UAP data.
Really has a monotone
None
tone.
of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush. Despite our committee members endlessly questioning these agencies inside and outside of a SCIF. I hope our witnesses today
SCIF
will be able to
is a
provide
private hearing
evidence
for
and
classified
content that
information,
is
if you're curious.
worthwhile to our
It'll probably come up
pursuits
a couple
of
times.
eliminating government waste and increasing transparency.
So because they have clearance that the public
To help
doesn't have, they
alleviate
do it
some
in
of the
private.
roadblocks, I'm supportive of measures that were included in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to increase transparency and improve record-keeping measures when it comes to UAPs. But I believe there's still more work to go. I co-led the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with
It's
ranking
actually kind of
member
weird that
Garcia,
this is still a
which
thing and
required-
we aren't seeing more.
which
I'm sure
required
there's more
Federal
people showing up
Aviation
now,
Administration to
like in
develop
Congress
procedures
itself.
to collect UAP
But you think
data
this, like,
from
Congress is
civilian
huge, right?
aviators. I look forward to working with members of Congress to see that this legislation and other UAP legislation crosses the finish line. I'm deeply alarmed by the reporting of the massive drone swarm that flew over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia last December. Langley is the home of the 1st Fighter Wing, which maintains half.
Oh, this is a real life drone swarm, or normal civilization drone swarm. So there was actually a problem with not infringement, breaching airspace in Langley, which is what he's talking about right now, unrelated to UAPs. And basically, we didn't really have a plan to shoot them down or deal with them. Yeah, it's weird. Like, there's actually other governments that are further ahead of us at controlling their airspace, especially from small objects, like Israel, for instance, with the Iron Dome, unrelated to anything related to politics right now, technology-wise. There's actually, they have a protective system for their airspace where the U.S. really doesn't have something like that that's functional for the most part.
Of the F-22s in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet. Yet the origin of these drones and their operators remains a mystery.
We didn't even track
This
them.
incident and other sightings near sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenge facing our intelligence.
That's
defense,
drones.
and
Those are
homeland security
drones.
committees.
Those are kind of
Whether
slow
these
flying
phenomena are
drones.
the result of
What?
foreign adversaries developing advanced
By the way, this is why this is a
technology.
bipartisan issue. Even if you do not agree or do not think there are little green men, the big takeaway and why the government has to take it seriously is because if they are a legitimate threat, if they are like a national, like China's in control of them, they have to be able to protect airspace against basically threats that might, be trying to take out assets in the U.S. They have to take it seriously, right? This is unrelated to like little green men as much as securing borders and national security interests for protecting the U.S., right? That's why you got to take it seriously, even if you don't believe in aliens or little green men or UFOs or whatever. It doesn't matter. This is beyond it, and he's trying to explain right now what that is.
Or something else entirely. We must take them seriously, investigate them thoroughly, and assess their implications on national defense. The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military
Those are
sites
drones.
underscores the need
Something
for
that people
innovative
we're already
defensive
dealing with.
strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight
Chinese balloons.
urgent need
I
for
remember-
updated policies to
I remember
address
reading about that,
emerging
and
threats, as well
it's
as
fucking,
more effective
everyone was, right?
interagency
It's
cooperation
hilarious
and
because they were so
intelligence sharing.
slow, they couldn't actually blow them up
However, none of this
without
is
causing a
gonna be
lot of
possible without
fallout from them. Like,
transparency.
they're trying to shoot them down because some
Far too long,
fighter jets
critical
still have
information about UAPs
cannons on them,
has been either
autocannons, so
classified
basically a
or
machine gun
ignored,
on it, right?
leaving the
But they
American
generally don't
public
use
to
them,
keep
and because there's no
Congress
dogfighting
without
anymore,
clarity
right?
needed to make
They
informed
couldn't
decisions.
blow them up without.
Declassified reports
They obviously
and
didn't want to make a
fostering
huge
more
mess of it,
open
right?
dialogue
And they
about
couldn't figure out a way to
UAPs
actually down them,
will not
which
only
is fucking
increase the
hilarious.
public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called, private
Talking about stuff you heard in a skiff.
information. A transparent approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new
They have a camera
strategic
guy.
defenses.
Oh my
As we
God.
continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust, and it's just obvious.
A lot of
I don't
different
have
ways.
trust.
A lot of different
We
ways.
cannot shy away from the unknown, especially when the stakes are so high. I look forward to discussing these matters with the witnesses today. I'm hopeful we can learn from the testimony and come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually,
They thought they did
ideas,
last
needless
year
to
and
say,
nothing really
in
happened,
my
so.
mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic and, again, having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust.
Maybe
through transparency.
Musk is an alien.
First, I want to mention,
So,
you might be wondering why Chairman
We're gonna
Comer
get.
has allowed
I don't
me
really
to-
want to go on it. Like, this is a long video. I really don't want to get on a super long tinfoil hat. But what if there are already aliens in government and in scientific positions and in general, not there to disrupt or ruin civilization, but rather there to kind of coerce or direct civilization towards a proper, like a path that won't lead us to, World War III or whatever, right? So what if there are actually already aliens in the government or in, different parts of the world that are actually, if you can imagine like being an animal sanctuary, right, where we have to basically come of age and advance far enough to actually be introduced to alien civilization, there might actually be people that are already there to help steer things in a correct direction, right? And regardless of you hating Musk or whatever, spaceflight is imperative to moving civilization forward. And like the shitty thing about this, like it actually just makes me want to cry, guys. I'm not even going to lie. It makes me cry to think that in 1970 we landed on the fucking moon with the best rocket we've had basically until Starship that could we haven't had anything capable of hauling the same tonnage to space as the Saturn V from 1970. And in terms of cost per ton, didn't have anything capable of putting stuff in orbit up until like 2010 for the same price. That was in 1970. The world, for some reason, between 1970 and like 2010, like there's this giant gap where no one cared about space. It was absurd. The shuttles are cool and everything, but they're a giant boondoggle. They made no sense. They're cool. They look cool, but in terms of actually like where we are today, they didn't make sense at all.
Be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our
And
dear
top
friend,
20 Diablo player. Yeah, he's
Jerry
obviously an
Connolly
alien.
is not here.
Or he just pays someone to play for him or
As,
something.
Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer,
As he
and all
could.
of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know
More than
all
that,
of us are,
if you include the early ones.
bipartisanship that existed in
Again,
last year's hearing. And
I said this
even though
every
we can't
time we've
talk
talked,
about
we've
what
listened to these
happens
guys. It's actually
in
endearing.
classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings.
Even people in
with questions
Congress want to
members
fucking
have
hug
asked.
each other. They just can't.
Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple
Bipartisanship
members
is
of this
important,
committee.
guys. It brings people
but
together.
I want to particularly thank
Every time there's an issue that's bipartisan,
Congressmen,
like censorship,
Burchett,
you should talk
Mace,
about it
Luna, and Garcia,
because it should have
for
basically
working on
universal support,
bipartisan pieces
which
of
then brings people
legislation.
together.
In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. In 2022, in the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to
it wasn't
investigate
22.
unidentified flying objects. Following Arrow, along with ODNI, released an unclassified report on UAP sightings. Of the 366 sightings included in the report, 171 remain uncharacterized, with some of these appearing to have demonstrated unusual
not even on the fucking
flight
website.
characteristics or performance capabilities.
Like the stuff
That's
that
a nice way of
like the
saying
stuff
we
that
don't
Arrow
wanna tell
can't
you what they
actually identify
In
it.
March,
They haven't
ARROW
made public.
revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs,
Yeah, which
covered
a lot of people suspect is just
investigatory
bullshit.
efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the
I don't think
declassification of all
so.
documents
There's a lot of other
related to
organizations,
UAPs
a lot
with
of
many
other countries that are
members of this
doing
committee.
space
In fiscal year 2024,
space flight
the EA
or
required the
exploration
National
right now
Archives
that I don't
and
keep up
Records
with.
Administration to establish the
It's entirely possible.
unidentified
I think
anonymous
India has a pretty good
phenomena
space
records
program, and
collection.
Japan
This
does.
collection will include digital copies
So.
of all unidentified UAP records that
We should literally have a moon base by now. Well, I'm all
This
for going for
commitment
Mars, guys.
is in
I think we're actually just kind of missing a mark by not actually having a moon base, because not only could we do it sooner, it's less permanent. Like, you know, if you send someone to Mars, they can't get back, right? Which is just going. If people go to Mars and die, it's going to send the wrong message. But going to like the moon and being able to come up with plans, and you know, obviously we could even start tourism, right? People would go to 100%. Rich people would 100% go to the moon to fucking be on a moon base for like a couple weeks, right? That's like. Well, they already go to the ISS on vacation, so I don't know. Maybe this is aliens once again putting things in place for us to become spacefaring, and Musk is actually an alien. But like, it feels like we could 100% like a moon base. It's not necessarily even about the moon base being like, you know, first introductions or first iterations oftentimes have a lot of issues. And they don't always have a lot of success rates, right? They don't always work out the way you want them to. Being closer to home and being able to actually assess the situation and deal with it in a much more, you know, a faster manner, and then smooth things out for, you know, the bigger leap, I think is actually pretty important. I think being able to actually set up infrastructure and being able to actually do things with the moon will then make it easier for us to do things in other parts of the solar system that are harder to reach and more difficult to get to. And it's something we probably could do today because we went to the moon already, right? So I don't know why we aren't doing that. I don't know why Musk doesn't want to do that. Maybe it's too small, but it totally seems like something you could do. And then you can also start talking about things like industry, right? Like, I believe the moon has a lot of helium on it. Let's see, and they already found water on it. Moon natural resources. Helium-3. Rare on Earth, but is worth 2,000 per liter. Moon is a source of oxygen. Yeah, you can actually make your own oxygen on the moon. So, like, something like this we could actually mine on the moon and figure out how to use it. This is all really, really important for actually getting out of, basically, our solar system. Is just figuring out how to use this first is actually a big deal. And I don't know why Musk isn't doing that right away, but I don't have billions of dollars. I wish I did. And I'm just here.
And unnecessary overclassification.
Well, I mean, if you can do it right, there's going to be a lot of outcry if they go to Mars and everyone dies, right?
Over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs credible, we're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of, I can't tell you. And in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions.
Weird how there's pushback, right? It should be just like whatever, right?
Some of you certain questions on certain topics. In a time of heightened distrust of our government institutions, I believe more transparency is not only needed, but is possible. And obviously we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded, right? And now we've seen, this has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now, these are pilots, these are military, these are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have...
Does he watch my stream? He's watching my stream. He fucking watched my stream. He watched my goddamn stream, guys. This is all AI. It's literally generating based on my stream.
Have video. People will have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs almost 15 years
too
ago,
many coincidences.
one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about
I mean,
whistleblowers who have come
you don't need to
forward
have a
talk
robot to
about
fly it. The ship itself is a
retribution.
robot, right?
And
Starship's
so
autonomous right
I
now.
want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation, and the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list, maybe a FISA warrant. So come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses.
Didn't even know about this, didn't even hear about this, guys, until today.
Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about
people in the audience is growing.
Our third witness is Mr. Michael
Compared to the last time we saw this, it
wasn't
full at all.
and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access programs, including one widely identified as Immaculate Constellation. I swear the staff wants me on a list. Okay. And our last witness today is Mr. Michael Gold, a former NASA official who is also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you
Often
being
do you
here
get sworn
today
in?
and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your
There's a
written
crazy farmer guy who got
statements and they will
abducted.
appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated.
You've been watching
Please limit
YouTube
your
too much
oral
as
statements
we
to
watch
5
YouTube,
minutes.
but this is from the
As
government.
a reminder, please press
Actually, this is
button
from the
in front of
Telegraph,
you
but this is a
so
government
the
hearing.
microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening
Military
remarks.
personnel.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander.
Oh, you're talking about the guy in the audience? Yeah.
Command.
I mean, this guy over here
At
is
the
in like
time,
a fucking
my
running
personnel
jersey.
were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces.
Oh, is this the
Command,
guys from where they
led
saw
by
a bunch of them
four-star
going in and out of the
admiral, who
water?
At the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on the Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy.
So, you guys are looking for some supplementary content here. Here you go. I don't want to download it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh. It makes you download it. There's no way. Military video, go fast. This was captured by military aircraft. This is FLIR, which is infrared. This is one of the... He's one of the people that was actually addressed.
No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, look at it fly.
So, that was Go Fast. It was captured basically by F-16 that managed to lock onto it. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. It's just Sonic. It's just Sonic.
Navy F-A-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural
One of the OGs, guys.
unlike anything in our arsenal. The implication of the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects. Because the DoD policy is to rigorously deconflict such demonstrations with live exercises, I was confident this was not the case. The very next day, that email disappeared from my account and those of the other recipients.
It was retroactively removed from people's accounts. You know what kind of power you'd have to go into everyone's email box, guys, and remove stuff? You know how Gmail joked about the unsend button for email? Yeah, he's literally suggesting that.
Without explanation.
That was an April
Moreover,
Fool's joke
the
like a couple
commander of
years
Fleet
ago.
Forces Command and
The
the
undelete
operations
button for
officer
sent
never
email.
discussed the subject. Even during weekly meetings specifically designed to address issues affecting exercises like the one in which the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group was participating. This lack of follow-up was very concerning to me. As the Navy's chief meteorologist at the time, I was responsible for reducing safety of flight risks. Yet it appeared to me that
He
no
is
one at the flight
meteorologist.
officer level was addressing the safety risk posed by UAPs. Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats on their own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency.
He's
That is,
discussing
a
how this is a
compartment
safety
program
risk
that even
because no
senior
one's
officials,
actually in
including
charge of
myself, were not
helping
read
people
into.
to deal with the
Last
issues
year's
when they could
UAP
crash
hearing
into it.
before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week, I learned from former DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the
Popping
government
names,
are engaged
guys.
in a disinformation campaign to
Normally that's something you can't do because you get in a lot of trouble. They're actually saying names of people that they're talking to that basically where they're hearing this from, right?
include personal attacks designed
creates
to
a trail.
discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I've become an advocate.
I'm going to wash out my coffee cup real quick, guys, use the bathroom, and grab a soda. 1 second. Fucking Christmas.
For greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs,
Which
a more
military apparently is not following,
approach is needed
which is
to address
also
the broader
more concerning.
implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock.
We talked about this last year, guys. Well, actually a couple times. Imagine how much fucking money we are dumping into things like F-22s, F-35s, into R&D for fucking like medical research. Imagine if we could just like leaps and bounds ahead of how much money we're pissing away on stuff that like is just super far behind. We're like researching we're researching how to make a fire when, you know, we have the ability to make plasma. You know, it's like worlds apart. And like the whole idea, which is also something I talk about on stream here every day, by the way, discussing here basically the economic impact of highly advanced technology if it could be openly researched, right?
Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP.
Which they're
and
supposed to
does
do
not
already,
know.
by the way.
2, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And 3,
it can't be an
strengthen
inside
the
job.
UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations with provisions that mandate a whole-of-government approach to addressing UAP.
Making more
In closing, I will
punishments and
share
actually
my
trying to
personal
make it so
reasons
they
for
have more
speaking out
power.
on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye.
Important to note, guys, it's important to note, well, you can find stuff in space. Well, you can find stuff like in the air. If you wanted to hide something, you would 5,000% be in the ocean, because we are blind as shit, literally blind as a bat in an ocean using sonar. Yeah, it would be much easier for you to hide in the ocean than ever to hide in the air. And if you have like say a remote base or something, you'd 100% put it in the ocean, right? Like our exploration in oceans, even though we've done a decent amount of it, it is super unexplored and very invisible to basically everyone else. Like to civilization in general, very, very invisible or obfuscated, very obfuscated, especially if you go deeper in the ocean. There's almost no way anyone would ever run into anything that you put down there. Just
But instead, boldly
ocean's
face
infinitely
this new
bigger
reality and
than
learn
land.
from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel
Hamster on
obligated to show
steroids at
moral
Fight
leadership
Club,
on
yeah.
this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My
It's actually
speaking out
important, by
has
the way, because they
encouraged
risk their
others to do the
jobs
same,
and
may-
being alienated,
it's my
putting
hope
aside legal
over
risks.
time that a number of your
People
constituents
think they're crazy then, right?
will want to know the truth and about UAP, and will increase. This number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I have just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and
Also,
Garcia,
she's a hottie.
members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day, thank you for your
Hi.
leadership on this important
I've
matter.
awaited this day.
Let me be clear. UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP
I
technologies.
wish you put like their title
as
below
are
their
some of
name,
our
like what they
adversaries.
actually
I
where they're
believe
from.
we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. I consider my oath to protect secrets as sacred, and I will always put the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us remember all too well. I believe that America's greatness depends on three elements: A, a watchful Congress; B, a responsive executive branch; and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created a culture of suppression and intimidation that I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives. This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose three principal actions.
Number is
First,
growing,
Congress
guys.
and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust.
Like I
at a
said,
time when
if there's an
opponents-
organization, it was probably something that was installed like in Reagan's era or something, during Area 51. And it's basically autonomous at this point, meaning there's like no one in the government that actually can control it anymore. It's just like a headless, mindless blob. Yeah, that doesn't answer to anyone, just still doing the original job, like a machine that just is continuing to run for centuries without anyone intervening with it, still doing this original thing that it was supposed to do, without basically being able to be controlled by the people that originally could, because they're gone now, right? Which is hilarious. Absolutely fucking, it's government 101 shit.
trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach, including the academic and scientific communities, the private sector, and our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. As it currently stands, these whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and the other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them. Whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon, we don't run from a challenge, we take
50-year gap, guys, from the fucking moon.
it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency. And this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we, as Americans, have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth. And I also
I'd agree with
believe
that, too.
the world
I think-
deserves the truth.
Like there's like the popular stereotype guys in sci-fi movies where they reveal like a highly advanced civilization or whatever, and then people become hysterical and start burning shit to the ground and such. I honestly think, guys, if they reveal that there's aliens, people will legit just go to their 9 to 5 and not give a shit. Because that's kind of what's happening right here, and there's almost no one that gives a shit. So yeah, I think we've actually gotten to the point. It's not even like choosing not to react to it. It's like people just don't care. So, yeah.
Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. It is profoundly appreciated by many.
They'll literally
Thank
just
you.
go to
I
their
ask
fucking
unanimous
job at
consent
Kohl's
for
tomorrow or
Representatives
whatever, right?
Ogles of Tennessee and Beaupert of Colorado to be waived onto the
another
subcommittee
day.
for today's joint subcommittee.
Hey, look, guys, there's
hearing for
aliens
the
now.
purpose of
Yeah, just go to
asking
Kohl's.
Questions without objection, so
And go
ordered.
work at McDonald's,
I would now like
as
to
usual.
recognize Mr. Schellenberger for his
Until things
introductory
actually change
remarks.
where it starts impacting
Chairwoman
lives,
Mays,
it's not really going to be
Chairman
something people
Rothman,
are going to really
Ranking
care
Member
about.
Connolly, Ranking Member
Because
Garcia,
as it is
members
right
of
now, it's so
subcommittees,
far-fetched
thank
from the
you for
what's
inviting
going
me
on
to
that it doesn't
testimony.
matter.
One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular. Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. There are other explanations for UAPs than that they represent a new form of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by Arrow, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand. We call lightning or plasma.
It's
They could also
fucking
be part
swamp
of some
gas.
new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs.
Swamp
such
gas
as
reflected
drones,
off a weather
aircraft,
balloon.
balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are, Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United
Yeah.
States. We have a right to know what UAPs are.
Back
no
to
matter
Area
what they
51
are.
bullshit.
However, we now have
Area
existing
51, by the way, is so
and
far
former
gone
US
that there's like no way to prove that
government
anything happened
officials
there.
who
It's
have
just,
told Congress that
it's
Arrow and the
basically,
Pentagon have broken the law
you know,
by
it's
not
been muddled
revealing
so
a
much in the
significant
past, and
body
it's
of
so
information about UAPs,
far gone that it doesn't really,
including
you can't
military
figure it out
intelligence
anymore.
databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP
he's
NHI
talking about
issues
Gersh?
without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades.
Yeah, it's
Furthermore,
Gersh.
these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program, or USAP. The source of that document told me that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of long-standing, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem.
Are you just repeating what Gersh
The
said
new
last
UAP
year?
whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower
He says new, though, so maybe this is someone else. It sounds an awful lot like Gersh's testimony from last year.
claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs by both tasked and untasked collection platforms. Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblower's report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, disks, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found.
So they're
in
talking
the
about, I
human
think Immaculate
intelligence
Constellation
databases.
is the
One
program
involved orbs
for
surrounding
hiding
and forcing an F-22
UAPs?
out of its patrol area. In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute-long, high-definition, full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait. It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video, the person said the orb is joined by another orb that briefly comes into the frame from the left before rapidly moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video on SIPR, the Secure Internet Protocol Router Network, which the DoD uses to transmit classified information. A leading UAP researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his requests for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs. He told me but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes, it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization Arrow has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything Arrow does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows Arrow to not release it.
Holy shit.
Greenwald says the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and aid to.
Holy shit, they got Arrow. Arrow is like legit the program that Congress put into place to actually do this shit, and they fucking immediately ate it. It legit sounds like Arrow got, like, they're being controlled. Like, the Congress put Arrow there to actually add transparency and to bring things to light, and then they just immediately got gobbled up by whatever headless entity is behind the scenes. Holy shit.
Multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after.
Do we need a new Arrow already? Yep, throw out the old Arrow. Arrow 2's in play, guys.
2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seems strange that they had 3 and only those 3, but other requests had been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group,
Yeah, no shit.
to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding.
So they
Then in September
allegedly, by the way, at the end of, I think it was at I think it was spring of 23, they said they had something like 1,100 videos that they had to go through, like 1,100 pieces of information that they couldn't completely explain that they're just like going through. And that's insane. Absolutely fucking insane, because Arrow came into play in like the beginning of 22, I think. Or no, the middle of 22. And they, like 9 months later, they already had like 1,100 of videos that they just couldn't, like, you know, it's a trash bag, right?
2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified.
Oh, yeah,
as
it's sensitive because it's highly advanced
The DoD
technology.
will
Yeah,
deny
okay.
things on a Monday
It's true.
and admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it. They fall back on the sensitive platform excuse a lot, he said. However, the on-screen information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you.
This is what he's talking about by scrubbing the video, by the way, which is the one we watched earlier. So you notice all the blur bars here? That's important for basically hiding military classified information. But you can 100% still show what's going on in the picture while that's there, right? So it's not an excuse. You can 100% still show what you want to in the footage, even though you're blurring out parts of the information, right? Yeah, so it's 100%, it's bullshit. It's 5,000% bullshit.
Here, this is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction of how many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out.
PowerPoint presentation. We can't see.
Intelligence
Audience
community
can't
is
see.
treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
I agree. And I think it's gotten to the
I would
point
now
of
like to
apathy,
recognize
which is
Mr.
people won't even
Gold
give
for
a
5
shit.
minutes.
Which is just make it even
Thank you,
more
Chairwoman
ridiculous.
Mace, Chairman Groffman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify.
That guy has a lot of
and would like to
tattoos.
begin
That's a
by
weird one.
discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic.
Interesting things here, guys. A weird one, as in you wouldn't see someone like that in Congress sitting there, right? He has full sleeves. That's impressive. That being said,
And courage in the face of adversity.
why is the
what I see
cameraman
in front
slowly
of me,
zooming in on this guy?
beside me, and behind me.
Oh, he stopped.
For my introduction, I am currently
That's like a
the
movie
Chief
thing,
Growth
by the way, where
Officer
they zoom
at
in to
Redwire
add
Space,
dramatic flair.
And I've had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I am speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out for science.
Name tag.
Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example,
Which is weird. This is like my favorite saying, guys. I absolutely love the saying. It's from World War II. It is, flak is always heaviest over target. And what that means is you'll get the most blowback when people think you are getting too close to what they don't want you to be near. It's not just a World War II scene, because, you know, obviously when they're flying over to bomb something, the flak gets heavier, right? It's the same idea. It applies to politics. It applies to everything in life. any sort of interaction with people where they are trying to stop you from getting something, the resistance will become higher the closer you get to target, right? It is extremely easy to understand, and words oftentimes can be minced. Actions cannot be minced, right? People will do what they actually want. They aren't going to, they'll say whatever the fuck they want. But when it comes to them actually doing something, that's when you can tell when they're basically lying and when they're manipulating things. And once again, the resistance becomes higher the closer you get to the target, and that's something that happens through actions, as including words. But people will say whatever they want up until that point. It's like a factual truth in life is people will act in the way that they actually want things to go, as opposed to telling you whatever they want you to say, like whatever they think you want to hear, right?
Example, members of the NASA UAP independent study
Flak is
team,
closest,
particularly
flak
those
is
in
heaviest,
academia,
closest to target.
were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage
And
in
he's talking
studying
exactly
UAP.
about that, which is someone
Our
just
best
questioning
tool for
what if aliens exist, and then all of a sudden my fucking chat blows up with a bunch of people saying I'm like a moron and an idiot and stuff like that, and I'm a fucking small streamer, no one gives a shit for the most part. But, just like out of nowhere, you immediately get the fucking AI swarm in your chat. Yeah, it's like that.
Unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response.
I agree.
Therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma. And this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism, and credibility.
Was until you saw the SLS.
Down the National Mall,
Congress did a number on the space program for NASA. And SLS is a boondoggle, but it's legit the only way they can actually get to space right now, and that's why they did what they could. It's basically using the resources they can in the best way they can.
you would immediately see the NASA logo on T-shirts.
Oh,
hats, and
Saturn
bumper
V program,
stickers.
NASA.
Few federal agencies enjoy this kind of popularity. I've never seen anyone wearing an Office of Personnel Management T-shirt, which is why NASA could play such an influential role.
Yep.
Specifically, NASA
they were used
could,
to be known
with
for.
relatively little cost and effort,
NASA actually addressed
host
UAP
symposia on UAP,
transparency,
or even
I think it
just
was last year.
participate in existing
And it was
panels
basically a
examining the
non-starter,
topic.
because it's just them
NASA
saying that they're
personnel
just going to talk
stepping
about stuff
forward
they can.
and participating in such discussions would make a powerful statement to the scientific community
Yep.
that UAP
A lot
should
of
be
people
taken
still believe in
seriously
NASA, even
and
though
researched
NASA isn't
accordingly.
like what it used to be.
In regard to research,
NASA is still
has
kind
vast
of, even
archives,
for
much
people
of
outside
which
the U.S.,
contain
it's kind of a
important
symbol of
UAP
hope
data.
and
Again, for
exploration,
relatively
scientific
little cost and
research
effort,
to
NASA
the
could create
absolute
an AI
maximum,
or
right?
ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for anomalous phenomena. I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information.
Yep,
that will
AI
help us
is
to
extremely,
understand
extremely
UAP,
powerful
but
nowadays,
could
guys,
result in
especially
data
for something
will
like
assist
that.
in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP independent study team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings.
Doesn't have the same level of credibility as a military personnel pilot or instrumentation, but there's allegedly a shitload of people in civilian airspace, so commercial pilots, for instance, private pilots, that have seen things, but they can't actually, there's nowhere to submit them. It doesn't, there's tinfoil hat UFO websites, which just, like people at a barbecue watching a strange light and it turns out to be a kite or something. But there's legit no actual organization to do what he's talking about, and NASA could 5,000% do this.
The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood. In order to effectively collect UAP data, the independent study team recommended the use of NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS. This system, which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confidential means for the reporting of safety violations in a voluntary and non-punitive manner. Over 47 years, the ASRS has collected nearly 2 million reports. ASRS
So they have
is
a
the
system in
perfect
place that
tool
they
to collect
could be
UAP
using.
data, which could then be collated by NASA and shared with the public at large.
And I'm sure they know it exists, by the
Leveraging
way.
ASRS could create a treasure trove of UAP data, potentially hundreds of thousands of reports, supporting this hearing's goal of exposing
100%
the
agree with
truth.
this.
And I'm grateful to our two co-chairs and other members who have already incorporated this idea into proposed legislation. At this hearing, and as others have demonstrated, the UAP issue is justifiably dominated by national security and defense. However, I would urge the subcommittees to keep in mind the numerous ways that NASA and the FAA, as well as commercial activities in the air, in space, and in the water, can generate a massive amount of invaluable data on anomalous phenomena. I cannot help
he's
but
the
be
hitman?
excited by the potential for such an endeavor, since scientific discovery is driven by anomalies. It's the existence and study of anomalies that led to the theory of
Jesus Christ.
relativity, quantum mechanics, and nearly all of humanity's scientific breakthroughs.
Like Star Trek. It's
This
like
is why
the
study
beginning of
UAPs
Star Trek,
should
guys.
be
We're almost
embraced,
there. We're so
since
close.
Whatever is occurring, the chance to garner new knowledge should never be ignored. We must be thorough in collecting information, fearless in making conclusions, and open to following the data, no matter how mundane or extraordinary the results may be. I began this testimony by praising the Joint Subcommittee members for their courage, and I will end by echoing that sentiment. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it.
X-Files?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
The
all.
X-Files reference?
I
I don't
will now
know.
recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions.
Oh,
and I
she
have a
just
lot
took
of
charge.
witnesses. So I would just ask if it's yes or no to please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, be very succinct, because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So for the Admiral this morning first, former DoD official Chris Mellon reached out to you about satellite imagery from 2017 that depicts a UAP. What were the dates in 2017 when this occurred?
I can't share with you the details, ma'am, but I can do it in a closed setting, and I can also tell you the agency that wrote a report on it.
Okay, so who has the imagery?
I can tell you that in a closed setting.
Can you describe what was depicted in the satellite imagery? Just a description.
It was a UAP, ma'am.
That's it? No other description?
The term that the analysts used, they called it the button. It was a disc-shaped object.
Okay, where was it?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Okay. All
By the way,
right. Okay, Mr.
Even though it seems silly, you're going to probably see this a lot. And once again, this has to deal with the classified nature of certain parts of the government. And they aren't doing that to be assholes, by the way. They have to do that to protect themselves. And Congress, by the way, probably knows this. And they mentioned it earlier in the video, which is they'll probably have a SCIF, which means only Congress can see it because it's classified information. But they definitely seem like, the witnesses will actually want to give the information. They can't in public, though.
Elizondo, you state in your testimony that, quote, advanced technologies not by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe, end quote. If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
Well, ma'am, that's precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective.
This is some fucking Illuminati shit. Imagine there's a branch of, not even a branch, it's some sort of company that's actually, what is it, like XCOM stuff? Where they have alien technology, but it's not actually part of any government?
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this?
I mean, it's possible with
non-human
billionaires
intelligence?
nowadays.
Maybe both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force Technologies, I would not be able to discuss.
Okay.
them.
Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals. I submitted for my book through the DOPSR process, which took a year for it to be reviewed. And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
Does the U.S. government have any reverse...
Everything Gersh said last year.
Question about retrieval programs. Do any U.S. contractors have the same?
I would prefer to address that in a closed session, ma'am.
Okay. In your book, you mentioned government employees who've been injured by UAPs, placed on leave, and receiving government compensation
Gersh
for
also
their
said this
injuries.
last
Is
year.
that correct?
That is correct.
How
So this
can the
guy's
government
confirming what
deny
Gersh
we
said
have
last year.
recovered craft if they're paying people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation by the U.S. government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
What do people in the military say? It's not serviceable or something like that. Basically, they get denied health coverage because the health provisioners or the people there say it wasn't actually caused by the job. Holy shit! Yeah, people are dying of cancer because they stood around an orb that was glowing, and we're sorry, man. You must have picked it up, at some point when you ate a Hershey's bar or something.
Crazy idea, right? The hypocrisy and the logic. Okay, Mr. Schomburger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate Constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
What Arrow's doing.
For your story and your report, do you have more than one credible
This
source?
is the government branch for documenting UAPs is what they're talking about right now. This is essentially kind of the Men in Black sort of ordeal. Prior to, well, actually, we don't know when it appeared, right? So
I do.
Sourcing, okay. And then why do you believe your sources to be credible? How do you judge the veracity of the documentation you've been provided about this program?
I checked the sources, and they are who they say they are. They are current or former government officials.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to also add that I did not specify that they were Defense Department employees. I didn't specify the agency nor the gender.
Would they have included non-government employees, people that aren't employed by the government?
These are, I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. What's the key takeaway?
Probably not
just a few
Boeing.
Seconds about the Immaculate Constellation document you provided us today.
I think that what the American people need to know is that the U.S. military and intelligence community are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos,
Real guys.
sensor information, and they have for a very long time. And it's not those fuzzy photos and videos that we've been given. There's very clear,
this close.
High res.
high resolution.
How many visuals, graphics, videos, photos?
I mean, I've been told hundreds, maybe thousands. I mean, I also wanted to say, because there was some conversation around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections, but some of these are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. I have 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA Independent Study Team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Investigation Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever, and I think produced a lot of interest data, including revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness Lou might want to, he did yeoman's work on it, might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Another program?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, Mr. Gold, you gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard, right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask,
You had really good questions, by the way.
Why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it is always difficult for breakthroughs and new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery.
Bleeding edge
Science
stuff, guys.
is supposed
Countries
to be
always
open
want to
when you
control
break
bleeding
with
edge
the
information.
orthodoxy
It's
of
just
what's
the way things
believed,
are.
Whether it's Galileo.
Because it gives them a
saying
leg
that,
up. But the weird thing is,
Earth-
guys, if we have technology, like let's say, when did Area 51 happen? The 50s, right? If we have technology from way back then that we still are sitting on, at one point, like, if we're producing F-22s and F-35s, we talked about this before, and they are functionally obsolete. They're antiques. They're functionally obsolete and antiques at this point compared to whatever they're sitting on. Not only is it pissing away a shitload of money that we're putting into the, like, taxpayers are paying, or just people in general are paying for these programs, but it's infinitely better. So, like, why are we even bothering with that, right?
doesn't rotate, or the Earth rotates around the sun, or the sun doesn't rotate around the Earth.
And we could be even further ahead if it was
It's always
public, right?
challenging
Because
for
a
new beliefs.
joint
The
effort
more
between everyone is going to be a
extraordinary
big,
those discoveries,
turn
the
out
more
bigger.
extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult where, again,
Better outcome?
even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries. I was privileged to be a part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documentary over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, did I have that correct?
Sir.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I'm going to put my hat on for a second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay, you have a copy of it?
It is stored in a SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes.
Literally in chat 30 minutes ago, guys.
Well, you can't talk about...
I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
There's no fight. There's no crash retrieval program, guys. Don't talk about it.
Yes, sir.
So that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on because already I'd been speaking publicly about the topic, and so the document said you can continue saying X, Y, Z, but you cannot discuss the topic.
When you
of crash
give
retrievals.
me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself,
I'm in a SCIF with a security officer, sir.
just one-on-one. Anybody else?
There may have been an assistant as well. It was in a SCIF within a Department of Defense facility.
Give me your background real quick.
My background is I went to school to study microbiology and immunology, entered into the U.S. Army, and after a very short stint in military intelligence,
Important for
I
establishing
became a
credibility, by the way.
counterintelligence special agent. As a civilian, later on I became a special agent in charge, running investigations in counterterrorism and counterespionage primarily, with some experience in counterinsurgency and counter-narcotics. And then in 2009 timeframe, when I came back to the Pentagon after a tour with the Director of National Intelligence, I quickly became part of a program that was originally called OSAP that evolved into the program now called ATIP, which is where those videos that we now see, the Go Fast, the Gimbal, the FLIR, that was part of our effort, sir.
Right. So you're not some conspiracy theorist. You actually have a legitimate background.
It's actually really
sir, I'm
important.
certainly not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fact-based, just a fact.
So when you're in this room, I want to...
Yep. This is where I cut things off, by the way, is where you actually start having trails and stuff you can talk about, but you aren't actually... I want to believe, guys. Don't get me wrong, guys. I absolutely want to believe that there's aliens out there, but we only have so much information available to us, and, just wanting to believe isn't enough, right? You need to actually have something, you can believe in religion all you want or whatever, spirituality. That goes outside of it. That's when you get beyond science, beyond things that are observed, and especially... have metrics and quantitative data in place, right, where you can actually look at it and see it, right, or you document it with instrumentation, and that's really the cutoff, and that's what he's also establishing is he's not a conspiracy theorist, rather he's talking about stuff that he's had experience with.
paint the picture for everybody. You're in this room, you're by yourself.
This is really important.
You're handed a document. How long is the document?
It's about a page front and back. So basically you have some things they call trigraphs, which I cannot, again, talk to.
How long were you given to sign the document?
As long as I need.
He's lawyering a little bit too hard here. Like he shouldn't be badgering the witness. These guys are on their side. So.
Sir,
And what if you didn't sign it?
Well, I suspect there'd be repercussions. I wouldn't have access to certain information.
Were you allowed to ask a lawyer, or weren't allowed to ask for a lawyer to review the document?
It was an option, but they may probably wouldn't have allowed me to, because the document itself is pretty explicit about you have to be, wait, you're putting me in an interest, let me try to thread the needle here. There are certain documents that we have in the US government that allow people to have access to certain programs, whether it's a special, and I'm going to be very generic here, whether it's a special access program or a controlled access program, SAP, CAP, whatnot.
How many people have to sign that document?
It depends how many people are going to get access to the information, sir.
Okay. Last question. Doctor, real quick, can you tell us about the Omaha incident in greater detail? I've read your background, right? Some people would label you as a member of the deep state, since you worked in government for a long period of time. But can you tell us more about that incident? You've written a lot about that.
I wrote a lot about incidents like it, Congressman, but that specific incident involved the USS Omaha, a littoral combat ship of the U.S. Navy operating off Southern California. I don't remember the exact date. It was within the last decade. And what the watchstanders on the bridge observed was a UAP, again, something that was aloft but had no observable exhaust or control surfaces. So
Flying metal ball.
It was something that couldn't be explained. And then they saw it enter the water from the atmosphere and going through the air-sea interface, and so thus exhibiting transmedium travel.
Thank you. I yield back.
I saw a
Thank you.
video
I
like that on
recognize Mr.
YouTube,
Bergman
guys, and I
for
can't
5
find it
minutes
again.
question.
I tried to
we'll
last
start
year.
with Mr. Gallaudet. During a previous UAP hearing, Navy Commander David Fravor discussed the TikTok object engaged in 2004. Are you familiar with the incident, the TikTok incident?
Yes, sir.
And that's almost 20 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been said there are more videos, documents, and reports related to this incident. Do you believe the information regarding the TikTok incident should be available to all members of Congress? And in your expertise, what reason would the Department of Defense possibly have for not releasing information that's over 20 years old?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't think there's any good reason to withhold information.
20-year-old
important
information.
data, especially of national security concern from Congress.
What would they say?
I will speculate, sir, that they don't want to share that kind of information because it reveals weaknesses in our ability to monitor and protect our airspace.
Oh. So he took it. That's actually not what I thought he was going to say. I was going to say it's something they're protecting secrets, that they use for military security. So, it's kind of the same thing, but they have the technology available that completely dwarfs any other military in the world, and they don't want to share that they have a huge, leg up on everyone else because it might start an arms race or something. But instead, he's taking the opposite direction, which is we don't have the ability to deal with these threats, and it shows weakness in our defenses as opposed to our offensive capabilities. So it's the opposite side of this coin. Where he's talking about being defensive, I thought it would be offensive related, right?
Okay. In your written testimony, you claim last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is, it's not only being withheld, but that elements of the government are engaging in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Could you elaborate on that statement a little?
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, I met with the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and what I thought would be a 90-minute meeting just to meet with leadership turned out to be an hours-long influence operation on me, where they attempted to convince me of the validity of the very flawed and error-ridden historical records report. In addition,
He was going to say coerce.
they tried to have me question very valid UAP reports like
They're
the
gaslighting
Tic Tac
him
incident.
and manipulating him.
Even coming to stating possibly that
Fucking hate gaslighting, guys.
the Tic Tac
Gaslighting
was-
nowadays is extremely prevalent, and especially with younger crowds where you just don't, why would you actually take responsibility for anything that happens around you when you can gaslight people into thinking it's their responsibility? It's always been their problem, and you have nothing to do with it. Gaslighting is beyond toxic. It's literally mind poison. It's kind of a weird thing to say, but gaslighting is 100% mind poison. They try to poison your mind against itself so you will question your own reality and basically drive you crazy. Gaslighting is absolutely fucking absurd. And it's very difficult, especially for guys, to deal with stuff like that because they're more factual and dealing with the truth, as opposed to, having this, Game of Thrones ulterior motives going on in the background, right? Gaslighting is absolutely horrible. And for some strange reason, it's become very socially acceptable. Putting aside this is obviously something more specific. It's become very socially acceptable to do, and people don't view it as being a toxic and horrible trait that someone's actually, engaging in the first place.
was American technology. And then, of course, if you ask David
Fucking
Fraser,
hate
Alex Dietrich,
gaslighting.
the two witnesses, they were convinced it was otherwise. And then, and they also cast discredit on various UAP whistleblowers and witnesses.
Like beyond manipulation.
Question their validity and credibility as witnesses.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Elizondo. Hope I got that right, or not at least
Close
not
enough,
bad.
sir.
You're familiar with the recent drone incursion over Langley Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
The owners of these drones remain unclear. The U.S. military has not been able to give us in Congress.
So this is possibly
this
this isn't aliens or UAPs.
How frequently are UAP sightings over military installations?
That's just something that
And
happened. I
secondly,
mean, they're technically still unidentified, as in we don't know who did them, but they're still like, you know, modern day drones, right?
suppose hypothetically you could have incursions over just say regular airports. Is it obvious these incursions are more likely over military facilities than just a random airport out there?
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have, documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information's been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades. And there's information that will hopefully be entered into the record.
Can you think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community, Department of Defense, is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or on intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable conversation to have.
Okay, let's switch to Mr. Schellenberger. The primary reason you're here today is because you published an article on the news.
I don't want to deal with the
publication
idea that there's vulnerabilities in the U.S.
Alleging that a new unnamed government whistleblower has come forward.
That's how everything goes to shit, by the way, is where you pretend that there is no problem till the point where it becomes a problem, and at that point it's already too late. That's definitely not where you want to be in the world.
Classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. What can you give us? What specific evidence you have, or that your source provided you to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself. I checked the report, and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I hadn't found anybody. So that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
Okay.
I should also say that when I said before it was this database, it is a much broader program than that. It also includes human intelligence, and then, as you mentioned, the retrieval and the reversal.
Any knowledge of what country these things originated in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, I will now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes of questions.
They don't think
Thanks,
they're from
Chair
Earth.
Levy. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record documents provided to us regarding legacy UAP programs and psychological
Which makes sense. There's legit no government that could possibly do it. China's probably, putting aside allies, which we give technology to, China's probably the closest other military, government behind us, or the closest military behind us is China, right? And they don't have the same technology, but they kind of substitute it in terms of numbers, right? But yeah, there's probably no one that's ahead of us in terms of weapon development. Maybe Israel in some ways, which is also why they're potentially, they're an ally with us.
Corbell for providing us documents and access to some whistleblowers. Mr. Elizondo, what is the last position?
It's in different ways.
Your last position with the federal government?
Sir, I was the Director of National Programs Special Management Staff, managing a White House Special Access Program on behalf of the National Security Council.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude.
Are there classified Department of Defense materials related to UAPs that you believe could be safely disclosed to the public without compromising national security?
Yes, sir, I do. I would never, ever try to endorse providing some sort of information that could compromise what we call a blue force technology or capability. But I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are you familiar with my friend David Grush?
Absolutely, sir. I had the privilege and honor of working with him myself several years ago at U.S. Space Force.
Last year, as you know, he testified that the U.S. has run a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Are there UAP programs operating without proper congressional oversight?
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that. A lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against. You
That's
also
important.
mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as a singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Sir, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a lot.
You also mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as a singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Psychological operations officer. I saw this earlier. This is like something you'd see in a sci-fi movie, right? Yeah. Why specifically psychological operations officer? What?
Point of contact for UAP-related inquiries.
Why psychological?
Why the heck would they do that?
Sir, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a long history here of that individual providing misleading and false information to the public through various news outlets and media outlets in order to discredit this topic. I've personally been a victim to it. We have the documentation to substantiate where this information has been absolutely inaccurate, that has been provided time and time again, and it turns out that that individual was also working with former leadership of Arrow at the time as well.
And we punish them by giving them...
That's the guy that got rid of, which was his name, Chris or something? Oh, he used to testify in front of Congress. So he was actually working with essentially what appears to be a cover-up organization. This, once again, this isn't YouTube, guys. While this is on YouTube, this is Congress. This is a hearing they had in Congress on Wednesday. I think it's important to point out that while this sounds like a sci-fi book or some sort of weird shit, this is real life. This is actually, well, assuming that we aren't in a simulation, this is real life. This is legit something that happened on Wednesday. This is part of the government. What the fuck? Like, this sounds like X-File shit. It's not.
$1 million more than they ask for every year. Admiral Gallaudet, you mentioned in your opening statement on an email you received from the operations officer of the Fleet Forces Command regarding unknown objects almost colliding with U.S. military planes. Did anyone respond with knowledge of what the objects were?
I received no response, sir.
Did the exercise get canceled?
The exercise did not get canceled.
Why do you think the commander of Fleet Forces operations officer never discussed the incident again?
Sir, I'm speculating because I didn't have an exchange with him, but I believed it to be part of a special access program, the information and the video, which we have known now it was, and he realized he couldn't share that openly with the recipients of the email, and therefore the email was pulled from everybody's account.
Again, tell us what happened to the email from the commander of Fleet Forces.
The day after I received it, and all the other recipients received it, which were all the subordinate commanders of U.S. Fleet Forces, so 1- and 2-star admirals, including strike group commanders, the email was wiped or deleted from our accounts, and then no one talked about it.
All right. Have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects?
Sir, I've no personal experience, but
this is the weird part, by the way, which is because we're so blind underwater, there really isn't any sort of recordable anything from underwater, right? It just falls off a cliff at that point.
Witnesses on submarines come to me and say they've seen on sonar data.
Correct. Okay. How would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine that The object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of and technology-wise could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
Imagine guys thinking a torpedo's fired at you, then finding out it slows down, then just fucking follows your submarine, and feeling absolutely, completely helpless to do anything, and then it just disappears.
Yeah, it was on the order
Underwater.
of a torpedo. So
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited,
Well, I don't exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater, so I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you experienced any experience with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW?
Yes, Congressman. As I mentioned previously, I have met with them.
Okay. You heard Mr. Elizondo describe psychological operations for those contacting the Department of Defense about UAPs. You mentioned a similar influence.
What I'd actually be curious about here right now, by the way, is if I was up there asking a question, I would ask whether or not multiple people can corroborate things that someone else is saying. So you have 4 witnesses here, right? Asking them whether or not they could actually speak to whether or not they've heard about the other things the other person's talking about, right? Without actually having, well, they probably have talked to each other, but, you know, it's like having a cross-reference with each other.
Operation by ARROW. Why are
Which then adds more
agencies
credibility.
invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Yes, sir. But I'll make a statement on it.
Dues invested in. You mentioned a similar influence operation by ARROW. Why are federal agencies invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Fight Club doesn't exist, so why do you care about Fight Club, guys?
Yes, sir. But I'll make a statement on ARROW's behalf. They have new leadership. The office has reached out to me to meet again, and I take that as a good faith effort.
Congress got on top of that right away.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like
Congress
to
got on top of that right
recognize
away
Mr. Higgins.
and tried to basically weed
You're
out
the
the
king of
shit,
Tennessee. Mr.
weed out
Higgins.
what's going on
Reached
there,
out to me to meet again, and
which
I
is
take that as
possibly
a
them being
good
already controlled and subjugated by some outside force inside the government.
faith effort, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins. You're the king of Tennessee. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe, Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift. You are the author of this report?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not the author
Mr.
of.
Schellenberger, were you the author of this report? There's
No, I was not.
name on it.
No,
Do you know the author?
I do.
You do. And how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would that be with the Department of Defense?
I don't know.
But you do know the author.
I do.
You know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
Right, but you expressed some confidence in the sources
I would.
earlier in
I do.
testimony. You expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the
But
reason.
you're not naming them. It's a big department, but many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So you're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
So I think I think it's important here, guys, by the way, to note is he should be asking whether or not he can say so in a closed session too. So obviously he's trying to take things from the other side here, which is he might just be making up bullshit, right? and he needs to be able to back up what he's saying with actual credible sources of information, right? And that's, even though it seems kind of mean, you have to do that, right?
I'm not willing to reduce the
Okay.
potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this report, Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of many UAP.
So those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it's also could be in sense a matter of utility. And let me just state for the record, I never read the report that or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia.
So I'm going to point out here, guys, by the way, if you are unfamiliar with, what's it called? Havana syndrome, which is hypothesized. It's something that the government is kind of been offstandish about. There's people that are in basically embassies in other countries that suffer basically what's called Havana syndrome, which is basically they go crazy over a period of months, and there's no, in any way, which way, shape, or form, were they ever able to figure out what caused it. And when they're evaluated, basically people just thought that they're becoming crazy, but it's actually not relatively common, but it's something that's happened to the point at which there's articles written about it now. And it's hypothesized that it's caused by, potentially caused by either former Soviet-era technology, basically with wideband radar. So microwave, essentially, is what it comes down to. Microwave waves just basically frying people. But generally, there is no real actual source of it yet. But it's something that's been talked about in the governments for quite a while now. Havana, I believe it's from where did it even come from? Or his first experience. Disputed medical condition reported by primary diplomatic intelligence and military officers stationed. Perceived localized overseas locations. Most affected individuals report acute onset of symptoms associated with perceived localized loud sound. Ear ringing? Yeah. Ear ringing, followed by chronic symptoms that lasted for months, such as balance, cognitive problems, insomnia, and headaches. So basically, they turn them into turnips, is essentially what it comes down to. And Canadian embassy in Cuba. So it was Cuba. Havana, Cuba. I thought it was, but I was like, yeah, that can't be right. Yeah, and they haven't really figured out what causes it, and there's still people that dispute whether or not, like in the military, that dispute whether or not it even exists. But there's so many people that have experienced it now that they're, like, you know, it's kind of tough to throw out something that a lot of people have experienced to the point where there's now a statistical credibility for it, right? There's so many people that have experienced the same thing that it's quite possibly something that you can't explain it away just by saying, oh, you're just having a bad day or something, right? Very, very interesting, but obviously if you're trying to fuck with people, it'd be a perfect weapon to do so, and they wouldn't be able to figure out what the fuck's going on, right? And he's describing essentially something exactly like that, only aliens are doing it, right? Which, you know, if you think about it, it wouldn't actually be that difficult to make a stun ray of some kind. We already kind of have something like a stun ray. If you're curious about it, what is it called? It's a non-lethal type of crowd deterrent, but it's only used in the military. Basically, it's a giant microwave, and they zap an area with it prolonged period of time, and it feels like your skin's on fire. That's what it turns into. So yeah, kind of like that's basically like the beginning wave of a stun ray or stun gun of some kind, or some sort of incapacitating technology, right? Yeah, it actually already exists. What is it called? Active denial system. Oh, it used to have a picture that's gone now. Oh, there it is. It basically fries an entire area. Yeah. Already exists. This is actually a thing that exists in the military already.
Have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness.
Sounds an awful lot like Fauna syndrome.
Craft, and under the
Evening,
irregular
Edel.
organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells and psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from a study here, a report. All of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used?
I'm not sure I understand.
This is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data.
I'm actually not exactly sure what he's getting to.
So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense, but held at the White House.
Roger
but
that.
That's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at departments such as NASA. During a hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson affirmed the importance of NASA in helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, etc., or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives of data, much of which I believe will likely have information that will help inform UAP. We need only look. And again, in an era with AI and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Grothman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question, where we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, could substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Thank you. I mean, on the data, you know, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But obviously, there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote, "Despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP." Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations of executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you have worked with engineers or scientists. They love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm
especially about stuff that's bleeding edge.
But,
that's part of being a nerd, guys. Geek, nerd, whatever you want to word it.
The ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA into the game and get to that good science that you need.
You know, it was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar and they said, yeah, that's, you know, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there was a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility. To what extent do you think that some of the UAP out there comes from off the books or unauthorized experimental aircraft?
I mean, I think probably the vast majority of UAP are drones, experimental aircraft, weather conditions, which is again why I say if we review the data, I think we're going to discover a lot about things we weren't even thinking about. But there is a percentage that isn't. And looking into those anomalies
all that matters, guys,
is how discoveries will be.
It doesn't matter how many trash bags are flying around and how many weather balloons are flying around and you know, how many things look like something and it's actually just a smear on the lens. It doesn't matter how many things are not UAPs or not alien. You just get one of them, and that's all that fucking matters. It's not about everything else that's wrong. It's about all the stuff that, you know, like, could actually potentially be what you're looking for. And that's all it fucking takes.
Be made. And relative to science, Congressman, if I can say, when NASA studies black holes, when NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored to do so.
Yep.
With UAP, we're using cockpit gun cameras or cell phones. We could never do good science with that. And let me tell you, the NASA budget is under pressure. We need to make sure that the Artemis program is funded fully. We need to beat China to the moon and maintain our presence in low Earth orbit. So NASA would need more money to do this, but I think tailored instruments that would look at UAP.
RIP Saturn
in the same
program.
way that we have tailored instruments to look at astronomical data is important to gathering valuable and uniform information. If we were studying black holes by using fighter cockpit cameras, we probably wouldn't know that much about black holes.
100%. Well, I think it's important
you have the
that federal
instrumentation
leaders,
appropriate for the
take
task.
necessary steps to
Which is
implement
also, by the
UAP.
way, when you look at footage like we looked at, you know, over Afghanistan and stuff, we've talked about this earlier in the stream. If you're talking about stuff like this, it's legit not made for finding UAPs. It just happens to have found it, right? It's not the same thing as like using a FLIR that's designed to look for engine heat signatures on a tank, right? It's completely different instrumentation.
He does not pose threats to the American public as well, and that we have the necessary budgets to collect this data so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm fully supportive of funding the Artemis mission. I think it's very important. Also, a personal note, the
SLS.
pilot is a frat
And why does
member.
it matter, guys? Even though the SLS is a giant fucking turd of a rocket, why does it matter? Because that's the only way NASA can actually manage to get a budget out of Congress to do what they're trying to do. Although I think bringing back the Saturn program probably would have had a huge, at least initially would have a huge reaction out of Congress and basically the U.S. if it was presented as basically being a throwback to basically the moon landing. Potentially could actually do a huge number. And SLS was, or just the Saturn V was just better than SLS. Still is better than SLS. And that's 50 years old, so. Fucking hilarious.
He is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and so I would love to see my fraternity make it to the moon.
But Redwire is building the cameras for Artemis, so we will take some pictures of your frat brother and get them.
There we go. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Luna for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Elizondo, to your knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back-engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately, I would not be able to have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that?
I cannot.
None of you? Okay. This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And
it's difficult to
this
move
was
fast
in
in
the
water,
80s
by the
in
way.
North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots
Like
that
10x.
currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit.
Underwater stuff is actually really, really, really fucking cool, but there's almost no way to monitor any of the stuff that goes on. We actually had a buoy system originally designed for monitoring. I don't know, they haven't really mentioned it, and as such, you can't really. I don't even think it's in commission anymore. But there's actually a buoy system from the Cold War for monitoring basically what happens in the ocean. Shows us. I don't even know if it exists anymore. Basically, the military deployed a bunch of sonar systems around to look for essentially Soviet submarines that would be approaching our coast, right? I don't even know if it exists anymore. Or if the buoys are even there. It's also a potential source of information, by the way, for anything that happens underwater, which also the military probably knows, right? New mobile systems came online. The original arrays were deactivated, sometime turned over to for scientific research. Surveillance aspect continues with the new systems under Commander Undersea Surveillance. So they replaced it? Advanced deployable system completes dual array testing. Extensive changes Bolsian's shore and sea assets. It's actually really cool. So they replaced it with something newer, which makes a lot of sense. Also another system that just exists.
Points. Have you heard of any of that?
A lot of interesting stuff that's came out of the
I have not,
50s,
but
guys, and 70s.
Colleague here,
It's like
Mr.
literally like a movie.
Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to.
Or AI.
You know, I came across an email where the word "stalked" was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the
we're just like a couple years into AI, guys, and it's totally
the
possible
human
to
body
be
can
controlled by
withstand
AI.
about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is one of this older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So are you, I guess, would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record is something.
He's trying to get
alive
him to
or
say
not, because
aliens,
even
but
that definition.
like, if he's actually a good witness, by the way, he can't actually you can't assume that. All you can do is based on observations, right? So you can't really say what's in the craft. You can just say that the craft exists, right? So she's kind of fishing for an answer, thinking that she's going to unearth something when he actually just, you can't figure it out. It doesn't matter whether or not you believe in it or not. It just doesn't. We don't know what's inside of it, right? Because we haven't opened it up. Or maybe someone has, but he's not sitting there, as it turns out. And, obviously the elephant in the room is it could actually be remotely piloted. Starship is remotely piloted. So, and we have AI, and it's barely, already can do infinitely amazing things, and it just barely exists, right? And we're in, the first couple years of AI, and it's already crazy good. Comparatively, it's like something I thought we'd see in a decade.
We thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen, and also same with photosynthesis. When I was in college, I was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are...
So she's not doing a very good job of it, but I think she's trying to infer whether or not the intent of them is hostile or not. But I don't even, I'm not even on the panel, and I'm none of these people, but if they were hostile, you would, based on their capabilities, we're basically monkeys, so it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. You can infer already they're either... neutral or benevolent, right? So either they just kind of observe, or they're, maybe beneficial in some way. You just don't know, right? And that's based purely off the fact that they aren't blowing us up. So you can kind of just figure that on your own. Maybe it's not apparent to everyone else that's watching.
But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity? And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
True.
All right, thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for stepping out. My governor is here upstairs, so I'm trying to get in between meetings, so apologize for that. I want to just start by just asking everyone on the panel or witnesses, and I had a chance to read all the testimony before, but just to set the agenda, just if we can go down real briefly, do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes.
Yes. Thank
You guys are literally all testifying to what Gersh said last year, by the way, which they didn't really have other witnesses for it, and it seemed kind of far-fetched. And now there's panels of people that are in the military that are saying basically what he was saying.
you. I also want to just go down the line. I know many of you have already said this, but I just, for the record again, just briefly, what do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers, gentlemen. I think this is obviously another.
That's actually a smorgasbord.
remarkable hearing with just
Which
really
is
important-
one was just he abstained, which is he didn't even want to wager a guess. Other two of which they're probably saying they're probably alien related, and then one of which is taking the opposite opportunity, of which we actually should probably find out. All of those answers, by the way, I think are very relevant to what like humanity's interests are in general. Even if you are an alien nut job, or you're someone that's interested in technology, or you're someone who's like, hey, this doesn't really make sense, but maybe we should, consider, what's actually going on here, right? And the public should know about it, right? Even if I don't really want to, I don't really have a stake in things, right? Or really care that much.
Information, so I thank all of you for answering the questions. Admiral, I just want to go back to one thing. Now, last year, our subcommittee heard from 2 retired Navy pilots.
Can I also say, guys, why the fuck is there no one on Twitch covering this? I'm gonna throw this out here, guys. I'm like legit, out of everyone I've seen, I'm the only fucking person that's legit talking about this. I don't know why. Maybe I just don't watch enough streamers. There's a lot of people on Twitch, so maybe I'm not true. But this is Congress, by the way, guys. This happened on Wednesday. This is in a congressional hearing, and there's legit no one fucking talking about it.
Lieutenant Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor regarding UAPs. Actually, I think Ryan is here in the audience and been a great person to get to know and to have conversations with. He, of course, has been involved in the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Chairman Graves, with Chairwoman Mace for UAP reporting by civilian aviation personnel. Can you discuss briefly why it's important for civilian pilots to be able to report UAPs and why these legal protections are critical for our national security?
Yes, Congressman, thank you. And I did invite Ryan Graves as my guest, as I'm on his advisory board for the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and the legislation that you supported and introduced, I fully support as well. And I think it's important that more civilian pilots, commercial pilots, report so we can better understand and learn and do research on UAP, as well as remove the stigma so more citizens report on what they observe.
Yeah.
And also, it'll only contribute to aviation safety when we have a better understanding of where these UAP are, how they operate, and at what frequency and what capability level. So it's important for aviation safety, and it'll be important for moving science and research forward.
Thank you, sir.
Most interesting thing here, guys, is as far as we know, we haven't really collided with them, which is, that's another aspect maybe that happened a while ago, which maybe was Area 51 was. But as far as we know, unless, the government obviously covered it up, there are aircraft crashes, so maybe it's entirely possible that happened. There's bird hits, which is another actually super detrimental thing to aircraft, but these craft aren't really flying into our craft, and they're actively trying to not fly into them for the most part. Occasional showboating from what we've seen, but they're actually not trying to hit our own aircraft, which are basically sitting ducks for them. So, yeah, they're actually actively trying to avoid us when potentially you'd have a hit by now, right?
Just reiterate to my colleagues, this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation, and we just got to continue to get this through the Congress, and it's incredibly important that civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report the UAPs that they are seeing or encountering in the air.
And it's actually kind of weird that they can't
express how critical
just like
this
with
piece
NASA
of what I
combing their
believe is
archives.
a larger collection of evidence and facts actually happen. We've been approached by pilots. I've talked to folks that have been engaged with our office and others, and there is still enormous stigma. And essentially, we don't have a system where folks are feeling free to be able to report what they're seeing. And so I just want to reiterate that advocacy. Mr. Gold, in your testimony, you discussed NASA's aviation safety reporting system, a confidential non-punitive reporting mechanism. In the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, we explicitly allow for civilian reporting, of course, of UAPs. Can you explain why the NASA task force recommended the use of the aviation safety reporting system?
The aviation safety reporting system is an existing system that is trusted, that has taken hundreds of thousands, now millions of cases. And again, recognizing budgetary constraints, this seemed like the perfect way to be able to gain more data. And when it comes to
use an existing
it's something
system?
that pilots are used to reporting on, that crew is used to reporting on. So it's a great way to get data, to overcome the stigma without spending really that much more additional money, since the system
Which is also
exists.
important.
Thank you so much for your support of that. Thank you for what Ryan Graves does. This is a common sense means to expose the truth of UAP for the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you. And I just want to also add, now earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I had filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise.
It's funny, guys. It's funny because if UAPs, like if this is a real thing, which it very much appears to be the case, and we have access to technology that's light years ahead of us, fucking Musk is dumping billions of dollars into shitty rockets. Obviously, it doesn't really matter because it can't really prove anything right now, but like the whole idea, it's like the whole idea of, like nuclear energy is one of our best forms of energy generation, despite the fact that it, comes with inherent risks, which is why it's important to regulate it and to be in control of it, right? It has inherent risks, but it is hands down the best form of energy generation we currently have is fission, right? Even though fusion's out there and we're getting very close to it from everything like the breakthroughs in the last 4 years, very, very close to fusion. It could be next year or it could be decades from now. There's no way to tell, right? But like the idea of, opportunity cost here is, we're building nuclear reactors, fission reactors, when we could be building a fusion reactor, but we can't build a fusion reactor yet. So, it doesn't really matter what future tech looks like because we can't access it yet, right? So fission is still basically the best form of energy generation we have. And as it turns out, apparently Biden is pushing through something right here at the end that apparently Trump also supports, which is there's plans to triple our nuclear reactors in like the next 20 years, I think it is. Yeah, like there's plans to actually increase our not nuclear reactors, triple our nuclear energy generation over the next, maybe it's 30 years, 25 years. Let's see. Yeah, like this is what the fuck happened? Biden like checked out, guys, like legit checked out for 4 years, and we had a bunch of stupid shit that popped through the government in like the last 4 years. And it isn't until literally he's coming out of office where he's actually pushing stuff through that actually really matters. Yeah, so 2050, 25 years, which is a long time, right? But nuclear reactors, because our industry is so shuttered and basically it's nothing like what it was in the 80s or 70s. It's going to take a while to spool things back up. But tripling, which, by the way, also China's doing, is they're actually commissioning a shitload of nuclear reactors, is actually incredibly important. Because you can like solar, you can like wind, but wind doesn't always work. It's one of the super shitty version of energy generation. Solar is great and everything, but it takes up a shitload of space, and the panels also eventually go bad, and it really depends on your latitude. And then there's no one talks about energy storage, which you need because the sun doesn't always shine, so you need to be able to store the excess energy so that you don't depend on fossil fuels when it goes down. It's not baseload energy, which is what it's called. So you have to basically have some sort of baseload energy generation, which is what nuclear is. It just always operates. And there's all different sorts of ways. We aren't going to get completely into alternate energy types tonight because that's a huge discussion. But there are ways of reprocessing fuel now, inherently much safer than like Gen 2 reactors. Chernobyl didn't even have a containment dome. The fucking thing that's designed to protect against a nuclear explosion. Is there even one? Yeah, like this is a containment building here. Yeah, like normally they're little pill-shaped buildings. Chernobyl didn't even have one of those, and yeah, kind of important. But yeah, like this is ridiculous. If I would have hands down voted for any candidate that had a long-term nuclear energy plan, I would have hands down voted for him. It doesn't even matter what else, strapping fucking whale heads to the top of your car. I don't fucking care as long as you're actually putting this into place, because it's actually imperative to maintain our current quality of life while still going for carbon neutral, because that's net zero carbon generation. So yeah,
Maine over UAP-related material modeled actually on the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act, which is
what?
UAP hearing. Thank you. And I just want to also add, now earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I had filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise with exercise of eminent domain over UAP-related material.
So they're trying to do what Arrow is currently doing, only with people from a third party. So, you know how you have like third-party testing for benchmarks, right? For tech reviewing, which is important to keep things honest, and because you can't trust the claims from the company that's just putting it out, right? From Intel or AMD. He's suggesting the same thing, which is the government wouldn't be the one doing it anymore. It'd be an alternate, alternate people.
Modeled actually on the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act, which is widely known. Now, the amendment was blocked, but thankfully the Senate included the amendment by Senator Rounds and Schumer for the UAP Disclosure Act. So I just again want to say that we should be pushing and ensuring the UAP Disclosure Act, which is bipartisan in its support, should move forward. And if I can just briefly, particularly Admiral, can you just briefly, as I close my time, explain why the UAP Disclosure Act would be critical for us and our national security?
He's trying to push a bill right now.
Yes, I believe the UAP
But this is important
Disclosure
for
Act
basically what they're
important
attempting to
national
do.
security, as well as advancing potential socio-economic benefits resulting from UAP research, as well as public safety, as we referred to previously regarding aviation. And this act will allow for greater transparency and open research, and that's why I'm also a member of the UAP Disclosure Fund as an advisor, as in the Sol Foundation, as an advisor, senior strategic advisor, which is advocating for the same.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video that is called the Go Fast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted.
Saw earlier. I showed you guys.
I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that it could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears. Then you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings, and
did you make inquiries about that?
No, I did not, sir, because I inferred, since I had been read into other special access programs, that this UAP video was part of one that I was not read into, or any of the recipients, or the author of the email, and that an intelligence agency basically pulled it back and instructed the author of the email, hey, this is, you just conducted what they call spillage into a lower classification level, and when that's done, the procedures are basically to remove any of the communication.
You're going to silo it. So, and you, Mr. Elizondo, you said in your report and your testimony today, a government work on the UAP subject still remains classified. Excessive secrecies led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right, and all of you, and Mr. Schellenberger, by the way, I've read several of your books, Mr. Schellenberger, excellent stuff.
Thank you.
What I would say, too, is you were asked about the veracity of the author of this report. You comfortable with the veracity?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Gold. We'll talk about Kuhnian and Lakatoshian scientific advancement and how we're obviating that through these processes. But we'll get to that in a sec. Because what I want to really get to is the ultimate question it really becomes this. For what purpose is the federal government overclassifying, because that's what they're doing, they're overclassifying, and forbidding the public for getting access to this? And if you know, if you have an explanation, I'm curious, because I know what I've been told. I just want to know from your perspective, why do they overclassify? Mr. Elizondo, you look like you're finger on the button, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I think there's several reasons. I think at the time when this reality became evident to the U.S. government, we were in the middle of the Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we did not want to tip our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. We did not want to broadcast that to
the Cold War's long over.
It is, sir. It is, sir. There's also then the philosophical argument that the Department of Defense and the intelligence community
It really makes you wonder what the fuck came out of the Cold War, guys.
is solution oriented, and
we landed on the moon.
Have answers. It's a really tough spot to be in.
It's easier to be quiet and suppressed than if you don't have the answer.
Indeed, sir. In fact, there's a very real example when we built the U-2 spy plane and flew it over then Russia, and we're taking reconnaissance. And when we first started flying the aircraft, it flew so high and so fast we thought they weren't tracking us. In reality, they were tracking every flight. It wasn't until the Russians could develop the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot them down.
I would suggest to you also, along with Lakatos and Kuhn, you also have a problem with Kenneth Arrow's path dependence or increasing returns. That's one reason why they won't disclose it. It's too painful to admit. But I just want to read a couple things from Mr. Schellenberger's, what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and mass collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And
why is the auto-translate having so much problems with his words, guys?
More, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left. Well, she's not looking. So let's just get into let's get into part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kunian, Lakatoshian type of.
He's looking to see if she's going to cancel the timeout, which, by the way, this is actually pretty common in Congress. Basically, they can go and, assuming they aren't called on it, they can kind of go as long as they want.
Scientific development, and the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr. Gold.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical at first, and that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary.
Heretical. I believe that just means that it's something taboo. Like when you find out the Earth is actually circular, and then you set fire to the guy that says the Earth is circular, right? Yeah. Religious heresy. Yeah, so taboo. Like the whole idea that you can fly faster than the speed of light, guys, because Einstein said that, you can't, right? Because things go in reverse. As it turns out, it might not be completely true, but that's what we know for we're basing a lot of stuff off of right now, right?
Ordinary is this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And to be either longer.
Mr. Elizondo,
schedule more time.
Does
it only 2 hours?
Any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
By the way, the number of cameras here, guys, has grown since we've watched this. There used to be like 1, and now there's 4. I don't think any of the major news networks were covering this, though. They should, but they didn't. There isn't like, well, there's a guy here taking pictures. Press? But once again, the number of people in the audience has grown. The number of people, I remember watching one of these and there's like only 4 people sitting here. So it's actually changed quite a bit. Also, I really need to take a piss because I've been holding it. I've been holding it so long. I'll be back. Ready.
United States government.
Almost over, guys. It's like watching an episode of DBZ.
Possess technology.
Almost done.
Sir, there's documents.
All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Aerospace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked, I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
Sorry, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation in an open hearing. We'd probably have to have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's a visuals or material that we could put our
Actual
hands on,
alien
or
wreckage.
biologics that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins.
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeepers still in the U.S. government.
And who would we, so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? How would, where, you know, a lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established Arrow for that very purpose. And unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that
it was there for a year and it already got infiltrated and something like completely weeded out. They lobotomized it immediately.
they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects.
That's aliens,
of the phenomenon,
guys.
how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
And was this part of the Lockheed Martin
I think they're
discussion,
talking about
or is
Area
this
51, guys.
The biologics is a completely separate.
Separate yet related.
Okay. Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble two F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equity.
It's almost like they want us to notice them, but want us to make the call on whether or not they are noticed? Huh. I mean, if they wanted to, they could absolutely make a spectacle, right? But instead, they're fucking around with our hierarchy at the top for only certain individuals to notice that they're there, right? You know, you could legit go over, you know, Times Square or whatever, over a busy city and just advertise what's the anime called where they just literally just take over the world like instantly? I think it's not Battle of the Galactic Stars. It's kind of a cool one. It's like with elf people. But basically what happens is, like, by the time they actually arrived, like, when we figured it out, they just announced that our planet was conquered, and, like, legit, we couldn't fire a shot because nothing mattered. Like, one of those things. What is like, Galactic Empire or something? It is a really long-running series, not the one from the 80s. Legends of the Galactic Empire is actually a good series, but that's like an 80s one. Legend of Galactic Heroes. No. Gundam, no. It's not one that's popular in the US. Disco, no. Starship Yamada, no. Oh, it's actually a pretty big one. Let's see. Not Gundam. It's actually a pretty cool one. It's like a sociological view of it. Science fiction. A lot of them weren't rated really well. I liked them though. It was basically like we got adopted into alien culture. It's almost an awful lot like what feels like is going on right now is about to happen. But we're just like adopted into alien culture and we don't really have a say in it. This is Legend of Galactic Heroes. Very good anime, by the way. A lot of these are shit. No. Oh, there it is. Sekai no Senkai. This is one of the series. There's a bunch of them. What was it? Banner of the Stars. There we go. Banner of the Stars. Basically, the series starts out basically kind of like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where we're just like there's literally no say. And this is also a cool anime series, by the way. Literally no say. There actually hasn't been anything new since 2000. There's no way. Very cool anime. But anyways, this guy's from Earth, right? And you know you have elf people, right? Whatever alien civilization, right? But basically what happens is, like, by the time we realize that they're approaching, it was already over. Like, they won without ever firing a single shot because there's no way for us to ever win in the first place. We just kind of became part of their empire. And then basically became, I think it was kind of like, not really slaves, but like lower level civilians, I guess you could say, in their empire. Is kind of the way that it turned out. And if I remember right, she's like nobility, and he's an Earth guy. He's from Earth. And part of it's like the introduction. There's a lot of really, really cool animes. You know, you guys think about it, like animes themselves obviously still have a lot of cool concepts that still come into play and are still, you know, like there's still a lot of really, really, really cool animes that are being made. But some of the stuff that came out, just like with TV shows and like U.S. TV shows and movies that came out in 2000s and 2010s was really, really good stuff. This is one of them. And once again, it's kind of weird. And maybe it's because I grew up a while ago. I'm a 90s kid, not that I was born. By the way, there's people that say they're 90s kids because they're born in like 94. You're not a 90s kid. You're like a fucking O's kid. I was born in the 80s, right? And I got to experience some of the stuff when it came out. It was really fucking good. And maybe, you know, part of it's going to be nostalgia, but like the whole idea here is it's not Gundam. It's not like, you know, like the flair of being in like a mecha suit and flying around blowing up shit and stuff. Rather, it's about the like Battlestar Galactica or Babylon 5. It's about like the interactions between civilizations and kind of the social take of it. And it feels an awful fucking lot like where we are right now. And it's actually kind of weird because, you know what we talked about earlier where it seems kind of like some of this stuff is actually intentional? It feels like introduction to alien culture without ever being introduced to alien culture sort of shit, which is interesting. It's a pretty interesting way of if you had to introduce an alien civilization, guys, to the idea that they're, you know, like a small speck in the spectrum, right? Which might just completely overthrow them and they just like start burning shit to the ground, which is, you know, maybe possible, although I don't think it will happen in any first world country here. It's completely possible. I'm pretty sure if they introduced aliens and they just flew in and said hi, like people would just go to their job tomorrow because it doesn't fucking matter. Like there's, you know, the world just continues on. Maybe I'm too optimistic and First Contact is going to be a shit show. But it really doesn't feel that way because there isn't really any looming threat, and there isn't really, like, it's not going to, like, immediately change your life, so you just keep doing what you've already been doing because there really isn't anything else. What happens if you find out there's an alien civilization out there, you know, or bunches of them, and, like, we're just kind of, like, in a preserve right now, and we just happen to be at the right time, right place at the right time, right? Nothing, really, because we can't do anything. I can't fucking go to space. I'd love to go to space, you know, fucking take me up there or whatever, but like as it stands right now, I'm just gonna fucking, you know, keep doing what I've been doing every day because it doesn't really have an option, you know. It's like hearing about someone winning the lottery. You're just like, yay for that guy, and you know, like you might be delusional enough to think you're gonna win the lottery, but in fact, in actuality, you probably aren't because you know it's luck, right? It's something completely outside your control, and you don't really have any say of what goes on. I'm just gonna be here streaming tomorrow playing Deadrock Galactic, so Deeprock Galactic, not Deadrock. But yeah, like it actually kind of makes you wonder, just like we talked about the octopus, what do they call it? The octopus drone, which is something that was spotted quite a few times over Afghanistan, and there isn't really credible footage of it because it's from someone's account. But basically, it looks like a seeker drone from Star Wars, and it actually kind of makes you wonder what happens if like some of the stuff in Star Wars and in sci-fi films is just kind of intentionally planted there to get you ready for the idea that, you know, there's a lot more out there going on, right? I don't know, but it's actually kind of sad that for the last 50 years since basically the Saturn V, we've been sitting here on our fucking rock, and it's only been the last 10 years where we've basically decided to leave. So, go places. And that really just, that's half my life. I didn't have fucking say over shit, guys. I wasn't old enough to have a say over shit, and it was just decided that we're just going to sit here and someone's going to earn a bunch of money while we slowly, die from fucking pesticides and, not specifically pesticides, PFAs and PBAs and PBA I think it's a beer. No, it's PBR. BPAs. There we go. BPAs. Like, food additives and stuff that extends the shelf life, of food drastically just to make it because it lasts longer and it increases profits. A lot of really fucking dumb shit in like the last 30 years. Although we got this. It's actually important, guys. I don't know how big of a deal this is to point out. I didn't grow up with a cell phone in high school. And here I have a computer that's more powerful than a computer like 10 years ago that's in my pocket, like literally in my pocket. Maybe even earlier than that, 10 years ago. It's more powerful than a computer that used to be a desktop. And this goes in my pocket and lasts for like 4 days where I don't need to recharge it. By the way, one of the biggest setbacks we currently have for technology is batteries. Lithium-ion technology has been around since the 90s. When it went mainstream, more or less, and we just have basically variations of it. We don't have a new energy storage type beyond lithium, which is actually incredibly important for small electronics. So, and also improving environment in general. But yeah, kind of weird. Like, it just like everything that's being described right now, guys, reminds me of this anime. It really, really reminds me of how First Contact happened in this specific anime 20 years ago. Very weird. I don't know why I did. I think there's more. It's a pretty big series.
And our nuclear readiness is. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious.
It's like they want us to know, but they want the leadership to decide.
Equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States government or in our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? They're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, and please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about, and that was my limit, unfortunately, that I was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding. They don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly
The only people hiding in this government.
Brash, if
it
you
seems
will.
that way, at least.
And, we've been hearing about these for years. They don't seem to be hiding.
This is also something that's actually pretty interesting. The sightings are becoming more common. Not just that they aren't really hiding, but also they're becoming more common. Like they want us to know that they're there.
They don't seem to be hiding.
But also at the same time, they also aren't televising that they're there, even though they could, right? Maybe because that would cause too much, hysteria. Make people act hysterically, right? So they don't actually want us to, frighten us, but at the same time, they want us to know. But there's probably better ways you could do that if you're, an alien xenobiologist. Come on, there's better ways. I guess maybe there are better ways, and maybe that's what this is, right? There has to be better ways of introducing us to your culture. I am a big sci-fi fan, guys, and one of the biggest things I ever want to happen in my lifetime is First Contact. I really, really, really do. I don't fucking care. I don't want to be a billionaire. I want First Contact. Maybe then I'll be a billionaire, but but First Contact in my lifetime would be phenomenal. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. It just makes me growing up watching sci-fi TV shows it's like a part of my heart, like a young boy that'll just never be able to fulfill any other way.
The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will, and we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over critical military installations. Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
Great question, sir. Let me see if I can answer this for you. Certainly, there seems to be some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're, in some cases, literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increase?
But they also at the same time aren't hitting the aircraft or clearly shooting them down, which they could, right? So it's like they really, really want us to notice, but at the same time, like they aren't trying to shoot us down. And that's you can 100% perceive that if they can do that, they have weapons that are capable of blowing up our shit, right? It's kind of weird that no one in the audience here is actually stating that if they can do that, they can 100% blow up our shit. So then maybe why aren't they? Like, you know, like the step above that is the motivation behind whatever these objects are, is if they're willing to do that, right, why would they then, like, you know, they're clearly not trying to kill pilots, right? Because they could, but then why are they doing what they're doing, right?
And the response is, it depends. Yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now.
That's true.
And there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there.
It's also true.
That's collecting this
There's
information
more-
and that can
more ways
record this
to,
information. So we're not quite sure
see
yet
them.
if it's actually an increase.
That being said, if they've been doing this for so long, like close contact, guys, what they're talking about here, close contact here has absolutely fucking nothing to do with if you're flying around in a fucking biplane, you're flying around a biplane or a P-51, and where's the one for the flying past the cockpit? And this happens. This has absolutely nothing to do with your instrumentation. So this is an F-16. This guy gets it on a fucking cell phone, which is insane. Like he's just out here recording his footage for a TikTok or sending something to his wife. And then he gets this. This has absolutely nothing to do with instrumentation. As you said, just like breaking formation, right? Hey, bud, how's it going? Oh, it's just another random medicine ball floating in the air flying past one of our F-16s, guys. Oh, look at that. Wow, that's so weird, right? Yeah, it's pretty clear you wouldn't need to have sensors to see that, right? Yeah, it is very clear. There's also another one that you literally can't explain away. There's no way to fucking explain this. Yeah, it's another metallic sphere, by the way. Absolutely no way to actually explain that. But it's pretty clear that they want to do this, right? So the question is, if they're doing that, it's not really necessarily that we don't have the sensors. This guy is recording on a cell phone. He's not using some sort of experimental, radar or something like that. This is a guy's cell phone he's holding in his hand. Or, it's not a cell phone. They said they had, cockpit cams? So it could be a helmet cam, like a GoPro on his helmet or something, right? So he's looking at it right now. And that is clearly intentional, right? It's clear that they wanted to be right there because they could be completely somewhere else very fast if they wanted to be. But they chose to do this instead. So the question is, why are they doing that? This one looks like he's just wandering through. This one was intentional. So why are they doing that? And I don't think it has anything to do with their sensors. You clearly don't need sensors to see that, right?
Now, and there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information.
I don't think it's technology.
So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually an increase in numbers of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now that to record these things and we have
has nothing to do with what we just saw
to analyze these things.
And that's my next
question.
question.
It is a good point.
It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installation?
I think this is particularly because the technology is actually there. That technology is not only there, but also the people that they want to see them is there too. So military is there, right? So they want to see that they're actually doing that, but also at the same time that they also aren't provoking. They aren't attempting to shit on our missile silos or something, right? Because they could. They most likely could if they can do what what they're describing and what you're seeing. They could 100% just blow shit up if they wanted to, but they aren't. So, while it's like, oh, are they targeting, like this guy is looking at things from a national defense perspective here of, oh, they're targeting the military. They know it's there. They don't need to show us that they know it's there. It's a better question of why they want us to see that they're there. You have to, it sounds crazy until you have to think about a step beyond. If you have complete technological dominance, right? Like you're talking like if you ever played Civilization and you're fighting someone that has like elephants with your fucking tanks, you know, it's pretty clear that there's a technological difference here. So then it's why they want us to actually know that they're doing that, as opposed to, you know, are they monitoring our bases? They wouldn't need to go there to do that. We have satellites that already do that, right? So they clearly don't need to be there if they didn't want to be there. We already have satellites that can literally look at installations from space. So why would they need a fucking drone to go over next to a you know, like an air base, right? There isn't a reason for them to do that. There's no reason at all for them to actually end up there, unless they want us to see that they're there.
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, Initial Preparations of the Battle Space. And we use equities like ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and other type of equities and technologies to prep the battle space. And certainly, you know, if I was wearing my national security hat, even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus, capabilities versus intent, in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea in the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I think, problematic from a governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yep.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
To the rest of the panel.
And timed out. Got him.
Was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base?
Jesus Christ. It was 2 weeks? I thought it was a day. I thought it was
Wall Street
once.
Journal article. Anybody, show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever increasing in number, and I'm trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So, I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash, and the question that we really have to figure out is it China or is it non-human? And I think that's the biggest question the American people want to know. If it's China, it's scary because they have a lot of technology that we cannot explain. And if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, I really believe
I don't know,
that
but
we should use this.
you can already, I don't know why I have to explain this, guys, but you can already surmise intent is either benevolent or neutral because they could have blown us up already. So if they're trying to wage war, it's a really weird way of doing it by flaunting yourself in front of your enemies, right? Instead of taking out their assets. So it's not scary because they exist and they haven't done anything hostile, right? Even if it's in restricted airspace, you know, it doesn't matter because we can't shoot them down anyways. So It's more either of showboating or basically showing that you know about stuff that's there, but you just don't care, right? They don't care that it's there because they didn't blow it up, right? So I don't know, like it's kind of weird. These are all experts here, right? But no one's really putting together the data points here, which is you can surmise intent from the fact that they haven't attacked it. I don't know why anyone's not saying the elephant in the room, which is they haven't attacked anything, right? They haven't blown anything up. There isn't a war going on. And they're just kind of doodling around. You know, someone's doing tower flybys on, you know, like every other weekend or something. But it's only in specific areas, and it's like they only want specific people to know because they want it to be kind of a decision. Maybe that's a better way. They want it to be a decision of who actually. Obviously, they're talking about Langley, which is UAVs, and that's different, right? They want to be a decision of who actually talks about it. As opposed, but the shitty thing is, it seems like there's a branch of the government that figured it out, and they're like, no, we can't talk about this for whatever reason at this point, and that makes it even weirder. But if there is, like, you know, like you could then break it down to factions. The aliens have different factions that do different things, right? And we're on one side of the faction instead of another side of the faction, or whatever. But then there's also clearly no confrontation, so that we can see. So, you know,
as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or like
so part of this is, once again, looking at this, even if you want to believe in aliens, part of this is looking at it from a national defense perspective, which is we need to lock down avenues in which basically we can be exploited, right? That is kind of like almost like not a scapegoat, but it's a way to weasel into everyone's kind of consciousness, even if you don't believe in aliens, is the fact that it poses a threat, even if you don't believe so. So, you know.
Adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the Pentagon or in the national security apparatus that's trying to assess the answer to that question?
At the current moment, sir, no, but this is a great point. From 2020 to 2022, there was a UAP task force in the DoD succeeding where Mr. Elizondo worked, led by Jay Stratton, who had the first comprehensive whole-of-government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national security risks of UAP. This was a really well-established approach, and we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities. The law enforcement, military do not have authorities to actually engage, and Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these
Don't
issues
shoot at
going
them.
forward.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Bobert for 5
Don't
minutes.
shoot at them, guys. Which was that from Independence Day? Yeah, don't fire your guns at the spaceships, guys.
That the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on a list. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today. But Mr. Schellenberger, I wanted to ask you, I think I understand from this hearing that you would agree that classifying information like this is not in the best interest of the people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, with the caveat that, of course, I would support classification necessary to protect secrets essential to national security, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's overclassification.
Overclassification, yes. And so in most instances, if they can't tell us what, do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency, both on the UAP issue, on...
Fucking weird thing. Maybe they hijacked Trump. Maybe he's a completely different person now, and there's like an alien living in his brain or something. I really don't know, but it actually seems like he's somehow making good decisions. I didn't expect him to, by the way. I expected this to be a completely ridiculous train wreck, but it seems as though he's somehow making decent decisions that aren't just completely far right nowadays, which is ridiculous. Never would I ever 6 months ago.
JFK files on COVID origins and many other things. So I think that we need to make sure that the next administration is held accountable for that.
Agreed. And this is for all four of you. Yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies?
Did anyone actually ask? I don't think anyone actually asked here whether or not there's actually been a confrontation, right? That they were like in actually hostile. Gonna be the greatest 4 years of our lives. I don't know. It's fucking weird. I was just not for censorship is the way it turned out, because once you have censorship, guys, you can't talk about the shit that you need to talk about. Left, right, you know, whatever. You're a attack helicopter. It doesn't fucking matter what political perspective you have, guys. If you can't talk about your issues, it's like a non-starter. You just like that's where the democracy goes to die, right? You have to be able to talk about your issues. That's why censorship is terrible. And I'll keep talking about whenever it pops up. I shouldn't even need to explain it nowadays, but censorship is bipartisan. No one should ever want it. You know, maybe it's like really, really, really egregious things, sure, right? But most of that is not where we're at nowadays, and it's just, yeah, it's just a catch-all to maintain control, and that's not Orwell. Once
For
again.
all four of you, yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies?
This, by the way, so this has happened in 2 years, and this is already drastically different than the first hearing, which is they were establishing Arrow. And now we're already to the point where we have next level of people that are whistleblowers that are coming out, talking about the stuff that they can talk about, and definitely adding a boatload of credibility. I don't know if you guys have been here for the whole 3 hours, but this has actually been this is one of the best UAP hearings that we've had so far. And yeah, it actually sounds very promising. I don't know what fucking branch in the government that is in control of this shit, but if I was in a position here, literally looking at my radars from the Cold War, you know, my fucking monitors from the Cold War that are still there, I'd be questioning, you know, at what point you should actually consider divulging this to people, because we're ready for it and it makes a huge difference in our lives. It's going to change literally fucking everything. Even though it's going to start out the same, it's not where we're going to go, and that's what really matters. And just, you could literally like think about it, not just in terms of life that is lost, but also in terms of like the amount of money we're pouring into stuff that doesn't matter, that just really just ruins things. The amount of technological advancement we can make in civilization, pushing everything forward, pushing the world forward, pushing people forward, right? And yeah, it's like we're kind of shoehorned behind what? I don't know, like the motivation they talked about a couple times. What is the motivation? It has to be just some sort of Cold War program or something prior to that, like the 50s, where it's established and now it's headless and they don't know what to do anymore.
That are not
They're just doing
of
their job.
human origin, and maybe are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities, hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that?
What the
yes
fuck?
or no?
No, ma'am.
Like XCOM shit?
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to know, with Immaculate Constellation, how does this relate to UAP activities,
I mean, it makes sense,
Mr.
but-
Schellenberg, in oceanic
look, guys, we got
environments?
mutants.
Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena?
Yeah, the Immaculate Constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
I think it's about 5% of our ocean that's actually been studied in detail by man.
Perfect place. I said this
and-
earlier in the stream. If you're putting a base somewhere, guys, the perfect place to put it is where fucking everyone's blind. Because we have little choo-choo trains that go around in the ocean that make loud sounds that you can tell exactly where they are, and they're basically blind.
We've
which
studied
are
more
submarines.
space than we had of our own oceans. And so are there any accounts of UAPs emerging from or submerging into our water, which could indicate a base or presence beneath the ocean's surface?
I don't know about a base, but as I mentioned, I had a different source entirely describe this pretty extraordinary footage that exists of orbs, of an orb coming out of the ocean and being met by another orb.
Some would say that there's multiple hotspots where we see frequent activity. So in your investigations, have you come across any data or visual evidence like sonar readings or underwater footage of these UAPs?
I have not beyond what's in the report.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans?
Then why would they be flying? I mean, I guess they would want to fly. What if they're from the ocean? Maybe. Like Atlantis? You're talking about like Atlantis shit, right? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's entirely possible. It seems kind of... I don't know. It is possible, but like if they're there, you'd eventually be able to find them, right? Even if you consider something like Atlantis, if there's actually a water-faring civilization on Earth, like they would have actually, they wouldn't be necessarily like stuff flying over bases as much as like people encountering them in water or something, or in boats or something. Yeah, super evolved dolphins. There would have been some sort of indication that they're there, because why would they just be hiding then? Is basically another question. Is if we have another civilization that exists along us on the planet, why would they hide at this point? And why haven't we just, like, a body eventually just washes up, right? If there's a civilization, they're going to make a mistake and just, someone's going to bubble to the surface or something.
Particularly, have you?
I don't. Maybe like it's possible, but I don't think it's most likely outside of our planet.
Provided any evidence or eyewitness accounts of these
Very difficult.
UAPs interacting?
It is very difficult to hide civilizations, guys. Even after our race goes extinct, if humans go extinct on our planet, there's literally still going to be fucking hard drives full of porn that archaeologists are going to uncover 5,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now. They're going to find a porn CD somewhere or a porn hard drive somewhere, because it just exists fucking everywhere. So it is like in plastic bags. Oh, and Walmart bags. They're also going to find a shitload of Walmart bags just out of nowhere. So it's kind of tough to hide an entire footprint of a civilization unless it's like a base or something, where it's actually under lockdown. I don't think that's possible where we have a civilization in our ocean, because they would be noticeable at some point just by existing.
With our naval forces or being detective activity in our oceans, particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence to UAPs?
He has a lot of, what are they called, like the little dangle modifiers where you go in the middle of what you're talking, and it makes it harder to understand what you're saying.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans? Particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence?
Has she ever taken a speech class in college, guys? Like, I mean, it's translating all of them. This makes it breaks up everything she's trying to say and makes it hard to listen.
Or eyewitness accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our underwater surveillance systems?
Nothing beyond what's in the report and then the specific case that I mentioned with the orb.
So this report says it all. There's no other information that we are aware of regarding the activity within our waters.
I have other sources that have told me that have shared a significant amount of information, but they're not comfortable with me sharing it at this point.
Okay. Are there any technological capabilities observed in these oceanic UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities?
It seems like they all do.
Yes, I would agree with that. My time is up, but I do
Elephant in the room.
appreciate your bravery, your courage for coming here and speaking today. And it seems like there's still some questions that we need answers to, and we will not relent until we get those to the American people. Thank you all.
Thank you. I move to allow myself and the ranking member 5 additional minutes for questions without objection, so ordered.
Her first questions were pretty good.
Mr. Elizondo, were you read into the Immaculate Constellation program?
Ma'am, I would not be authorized to confirm nor deny the existence of any ongoing or past program, especially as it relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay, and then does the U.S. government or private contractors, do they work with other foreign countries?
Fuck's a trigraph. And it's actually pretty ridiculous that I haven't seen like a bunch of people talking about this on Twitch. A group of 3 letters, no. Government. Something to do with classification of documents in the DoD.
Relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay.
He 100% is locked down, by the way. He's giving only the answers that he's capable of giving.
And then does the U.S. government or private contractors, do they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote, from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can.
Contractors, do they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote, from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is wide.
What if AI is the alien all this time and we've just been living and thinking it's human advancement? It seems like some people honestly are like fucking bots. I'm not joking with it and using it as hyperbole, but sometimes when I've had conversations with some people, it honestly seems like there's just no one home and you're talking to kind of an empty shell. And it makes me feel sometimes that there's just actually like you're talking to AI, to be perfectly honest. Although AI, as from what I've experienced, is better at socializing and smarter than like 99.9% of people, 99.99% of people actually, unfortunately. And people like weirdly call you AI as I've seen people call you AI as if it's some sort of insult, but if you've actually used like ChatGPT, for instance, you'd realize that, yeah, it's just the humans that are kind of shitty.
Widely known, and that term itself. Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. A discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So, for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different levels of expertise.
What's Lockheed's expertise?
Aerospace, ma'am.
In the UAP space, that's all that. They wouldn't do submerged.
No, I didn't say that, ma'am.
Okay.
Lockheed Martin and others do quite a bit of work both in our atmosphere, in space, and even underwater. There are certain.
Lockheed Martin publicly isn't known for doing anything. Maybe I'm mistaken, but isn't known for doing anything underwater, by the way.
Efforts to. It's a tough question you're asking. You put me on the spot here.
I'm looking for the answer.
Yes, ma'am. No, they are involved in a lot. I would rather let Lockheed Martin explain the different domains that they are involved with. Probably I'm not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
Probably I'm not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
They're extensive, and the one exercise
It seemed like things
where
are
I
cut
received
just
the
now.
email that was then deleted was the pilots and
On what you've experienced.
Look at this. So he's talking,
Not authorized to discuss
and
that,
then
but-
there's no actual. Yeah, Idaho, and this is actually the UAP report from Congressional from 2 days ago. This just happened, and it's actually. This is confirming a lot of what happened last year with Gersh, and then there's more. We've been talking about this for like the last 3 hours. This is well worth watching if you're curious about it. It actually looks like this is cut, if you look at this, guys. So right here, he's talking about it, and then the audio just like clips, and then it goes to her talking to the admiral.
But they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
It just looks weird.
They're extensive, and the one
Yeah,
exercise
it's
I
2
referred to where
hours.
I received the
It's
email
well worth
that was
watching.
then
I don't watch
deleted
anything from
was,
Congress.
The pilots, and this is worth bringing out. There are debunkers out there who have said the Go Fast video was just a balloon. That was only one video that was released. There were dozens of these encounters that pilots and friends of Ryan Graves, who's in this room right here, witnessed and caused significant safety concerns. And to almost call out and exercise it and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on a carrier, it's extreme, to say the least.
All right, I have two last questions. Real quickly, Mr. Schellenberger, how do we get more whistleblowers to come forward?
Yeah.
Well, this hearing is very important, and obviously,
These guys weren't here last year, by the way. It was 3 people, Gersh being the biggest one. It's pretty clear this room was not full, and there weren't nearly as many cameras showing up. There weren't nearly as many people from Congress showing up, guys. It's getting bigger. It's 100% getting bigger, and it's actually kind of weird that not only is this not on Twitch, meaning like streamers aren't interested in this shit, but also it's not really on main media for the most part, despite this is real life alien shit, guys. This isn't like made up bullshit. This is Congress. This was a congressional hearing 2 days ago. This happened in Congress. This isn't just randos. These aren't randos on YouTube on a Discovery Channel, on the Sci-Fi Channel or something, right? This is completely different, with all of them with their jobs on the line, all of them with credibility, and with that have been in like the military, a lot of them in the military for prolonged periods of time. This is a pretty fucking big deal, and it's actually really, really weird that this isn't commonplace, that a lot of people haven't really been talking about this or even noticed. I didn't even know it existed until NPR popped up.
I can't encourage whistleblowers to obtain information, but I can guarantee that I will protect them and go to prison to protect their identities if they come to me.
Yes, sir. Okay, my last question. The first hearing we had on this, I'd never been briefed on UAPs or what they were, biologics, non-human, etc. How would you define, each of you, my last question, how would you define non-human biologics, non-human intelligence? What are we actually talking about? Admiral, and we'll go down the line.
I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of this universe to think that there would be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligences.
You don't
throughout
fucking
the universe.
say.
And that's probably what's visiting us.
Like we talked about at the beginning of this, guys, the people that are crazy are not the people that don't believe in aliens, or the people that are crazy aren't the people that believe in aliens. It's the people that don't believe in aliens. Reverse that. It's because normal conception is people that believe in aliens are crazy. It's the opposite direction. The universe is ridiculously fucking huge. And it's entirely possible Warhammer 40k is going on in one part of it right now that we aren't close to, right? And it's just huge. We're just a speck in the, and then you put into the fact that not only has like human civilization only existed for like 4,000 years, it's like only been really, really relevant for the last 100, where basically technology has absolutely skyrocketed in the last 100 years. Insane. And if you don't believe me, all you have to do is look at your fucking cell phone. It's just, if you grew up prior to cell phones, it's just
I
not
would
even
take the scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process.
I just don't know.
I think we must be modest in our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence. That could be biological. It might not.
It's just for, like we talked about earlier, I don't know if you're here for this, Annalink, but I legit said it seems an awful lot like they might actually be bootstrapping us for first contact with things like this, like in our media, right? Which just like brings you into the idea of what's going on in the Galactic Empire, and in the universe, just brings you into the idea of what's going on in the universe, even though we aren't really there. Like it's like a history lesson on things that like are there without it being history, right? Yeah, 40K might actually be somewhere in the universe, although probably with less dwarves, but maybe dwarves exist too, you know, I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of, yep. It actually makes you think, like I talked about before, it's not just, this actually describes almost, the premise of this anime almost describes exactly what's going on right now in terms of First Contact.
But what non-biological intelligence, what does that mean, though?
Artificial intelligence, ML, machines. We assume that all intelligence would be like us. And every time we look out in the universe,
There could be a lot of
we're
different types of
humbled
intelligence.
relative to what we don't know in terms of the forms of intelligence and what it may take. I can assure you I
Yep.
probably can't answer your question, but I think the ultimate answer is going to surprise us all.
And then Mr. Garcia
Oh.
did a few closing remarks.
Maybe not.
And I know we're about to get.
I think the
votes here,
sci-fi
so
series
I'll be
are
brief.
already
Just,
kind of done.
I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Chairwoman Mace especially for holding this important bipartisan hearing. And
Yep.
I want to thank all the committee members that are interested in this topic.
You also had good questions, by the way.
I think our commitment to all of you and all the folks that have contacted us.
I mean, we talked about it before, yeah.
The advocates
There's
and the
probably
pilots,
UAVs
is
here
that
right
we
now.
need to continue investigating UAPs. I think the country the country is owed explanations and ensure that the safety or national security is always protected. This is a conversation and questioning that must continue. So
Overall,
I'm
ready,
very grateful
guys.
to all of you.
This is
And I
literally
also just
Christmas
wanna-
for me, by the way.
just
This is Christmas for
personally, I
me.
think it's really important.
This is over for me.
Two things guide.
This is literally Christmas, guys. It's already over. It's only 2 hours. It didn't go long enough. Unfortunately, this probably means we aren't going to get any new information until probably next year in June-ish or right around now is probably when we're going to get the next big batch of information. It seems to come out like yearly-ish, and then we'll have nothing for the next 12 months or so. And it's kind of sad because there's obviously a lot going on here, but it seems like Congress only addresses this once a year, which is also very sad. Last year was Gersh, which was also a big deal.
My questioning and my observations on UAPs is one is we should always be guided by facts, science, and data.
No?
And stay serious on those issues.
Not
And the
aliens
second
built the
thing is
pyramids.
I think that we
Aliens could have built the pyramids, guys, but there's no way for us to figure it out unless aliens have a history book somewhere we can read. There's no way to fucking figure that out. It doesn't really matter at this point. However, we can go off of what's happening to us right now, right?
should not limit our imagination and our thoughts and our curiosity on what UAPs could actually be. And I think those two things for me are really important, and I'm grateful for all of you to be here. So with that, I yield back.
Okay, and we have Mr. Ogles who is on the way.
Once
He's
every
gonna be
3
here
months,
any
guys.
second.
Speed it up.
Is that
Speed up First
correct?
Contact.
Wanna check, and he'll be the last last member with questions that we have today, and then we have votes. So we want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Mr. Garcia and folks on both sides of the aisle for being here today and being patient. We have a lot more questions, and I hope that this will open the door to more hearings in the future. I obviously would like to know how much taxpayers are spending on this. You have the right to know.
They have to act like
Also,
Congress
if
at
we're
some point,
spending
by the way.
money on something that doesn't exist, why are we spending the money? And if it doesn't, if it does exist, why are we hiding it from the public? And of course, our national security is a huge issue because if there's technology that could harm us or our allies that are in the hands of our adversaries, we see that. And of course, our national security is a huge issue because if there's technology that could harm us or our allies that are in the hands of our adversaries, we obviously want to stay ahead of that to the best of our ability to ensure that that technology is not in the hands of someone who could use it against us or our allies anywhere.
They like completely, like, they just keep edging it, guys. They keep getting to the edge of asking the question, which is intent, and the allies using it against us. The aliens have it, and they aren't using it against us, so it obviously means they aren't malicious, which means they're neutral or benevolent, right? And they never really got to that point out of all this. It's just, like, once again, it just seems like they actually just want us to see them, but they also kind of don't want to just, like, fly over Times Square and cause a ruckus, right? But they want the government to know that they're there, but they also not being destructive, and they really don't need to be there in order to see what's at military sites, right? So it's like showboating or showing people that they're there.
In the world. So, Mr. Ogles, you're just in time, babe. I will recognize you for 5 minutes of questioning before we head on out today.
Someone else showed up? New guy? Where was he the last 2 hours?
Well, thank you all for being here. And Madam Chairwoman, I out of breath because I sprinted to get here. But this is an important hearing. I think we all know that there's something going on. Mr. Elizondo, based on your knowledge of UAP sightings, do you believe it's fair to say that they are especially common near nuclear sites?
Yes, sir. Mr. Congressman, I absolutely am convinced of that, as are my colleagues inside the government.
And the reason why I pose that question, and this has been one of my talking points from the beginning, is, Oak Ridge is in Tennessee. The so-called weather balloon that drifted, that we now know was controlled, it passed near Oak Ridge. It obviously is a sensitive site, both of interest to our adversaries and to whatever else this is. Because we know that at military installations, at sensitive...
There's no way that we could ever defeat aliens, guys, or we pose any sort of fucking risk to them. There's no fucking way.
Locations, such as nuclear facilities, that we're seeing this take place. So the question is what is it?
Question, though, why they're interested in specifically nuclear places.
They've caused an irregular activity, and why might they be interested in those sites?
Sir, in some cases,
possibly our most advanced technology.
You'd be surprised. There's actually documentation right now that's been submitted. It's not just Oak Ridge. It's Savannah River site, SRS. It's also Los Alamos. A lot of our sensitive R&D locations appear to be under some sort of surveillance and monitoring. Why? Well, because a lot of innovation comes out of those areas, a lot of new technologies, a lot of, if you will, disruptive technologies that we use for our national defense originates out of those locations, and advanced concepts in physics as well. So if I was doing any type of reconnaissance, even on a foreign adversary, that's a great target to start with.
Sure, and again, this has been one of my talking points. I do have questions. What role might the Department of Energy or its subsidiaries or affiliates have in this type of technology, or possessing this type of technology, whether it's ours or others? Mr. Gallaudet, I think your testimony has been pretty clear, but would you please reiterate that do you believe UAPs pose a threat to pilots? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They were threatening Navy pilots during the exercise that I was. My people were involved with in 2015, and it's my understanding they're risking pilot safety, commercial and military, today.
Well, considering, and I understand that there's a need in some cases to keep certain technologies secret, but you believe that it is posing a threat to our personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think it's reasonable to conclude that if there's a threat to our personnel who are serving our country faithfully, that there be oversight.
100%, Congressman. And in fact, that's the one thing that we've not talked about enough during this hearing.
I think this is a guilt thing for whatever organization this is, to make them feel bad about not telling us about them.
Congress what it knows about UAP infringes on your legislative and oversight responsibilities to such an extent that's very concerning. I mean, what else are we, if you look at national security or intelligence or foreign affairs or appropriations, you all have oversight and legislative responsibility regarding those. This UAP issue may be the greatest issue of our time, and it's being hid from you.
Well, I mean, to your point, I think we've seen over the decades that we have certain
government,
adversaries like
U.S.
China,
in general,
that technologically speaking are not as advanced as us, that they lack some of the lethality that we have, and that we've seen that they've gone after our technologies and in some cases succeeded, in particular with missile technology. And so again, my concern, whether this technology emanates from us or otherworldly, that we know that we possess it. And where's the accountability? Where are the stopgaps? What are the guarantees that if this were to fall in enemy hands, that it isn't immediately weaponized against us? And I'll say this, it is clear from my experience and what I've seen that there is something out there. The question is it ours? Is it someone else's?
So these guys are privy, by the way, to classified hearings, which I believe is what he's referencing right now.
That as the legislative body, as the regulatory body, we must know. And anyone who prevents us from gaining
This guy is pretty military-esque, is what I would say right here, which is he's looking at this purely from the national defense perspective as opposed to first contact, which is he doesn't want China to have their hands on it because they could probably do harm with it. Even though I believe most countries nowadays that are first world don't want to wage war because it ruins everything, and they kind of like their lives, so to speak. Most of them do. It's kind of weird when Russia decided to do that, but I guess. So they're probably people are more interested in stability the more advanced they become, as opposed to destroying everything. But yeah, he's taking it from the perspective of, you don't want China to get their hands on it, but at the same time, we don't have our hands on it, and it appears as though China or Russia don't have their hands on it, so.
Access to that information, I would consider that criminality. Because we have U.S. personnel.
Right, this is
who
the
may
monologue
very
right
well
now.
be in harm's way. We have
She got
technology
claps,
that
too.
ultimately may threaten our very existence. With that, Madam Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ogles. And with that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Here, cutie. They're actually clapping this time, too. This is actually a pretty big deal, guys. This is not on the fucking news anywhere. This is not on Twitch anywhere. And this just happened 2 days ago. Yeah, this is actually...
Done, sir. Thank you for that. That was a nice...
Oh, cut the mics. This is interesting. This is interesting that this existed, and there legit was basically almost no coverage of this. That's absolutely incredible. Instead, people are talking... What's the latest in the news right now? Talking about fucking Kardashians pooping or something. I don't fucking know. Crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy, guys. Good stuff. This is definitely well worth watching. Once again, it's probably going to be about another year until we get something good. It's usually about 12-month cycles. I wish it was 3 months. Originally, Arrow was supposed to report to Congress every 3 months, and that never happened. So, yeah. Stuff. That was pretty impressive. I actually enjoyed this. Like I said, I don't listen to anything in Congress. We don't really cover anything in Congress. This is bipartisan. There's people on this committee, or just in general, that legit are on completely opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of political alignment, and they're all kind of fighting for the same thing. Yeah, that was pretty good. We're gonna have an alien invasion before GTA 6. They don't want to fucking invade us. They aren't blowing anything up. They don't care. Probably selling tours on their fucking Yelp. The revolution will be quietly streamed live on a Wednesday, a workday Wednesday. Yeah, no shit. I didn't fucking hear about any of this, guys, until I saw it pop up on NPR. Yeah. Probed. I have a hearing with no actual disclosure, and a lot of stuff's classified. That's basically cut and dry. They even talked about why it is. Just tell us about the bloody aliens. Yeah, no shit. They've confirmed that retrieved crafts and people have been compensated for being injured by said crafts. I mean, Gersh talked about how they weren't. This is there's a lot of hearsay, which is just people repeating stuff and then kind of losing track of what was originally said. Why isn't the city mainstream media at all? Yeah, good question, guys. Really, really good question. Really fucking good question. I saw it on fucking NPR. In my news feed on fucking NPR. And you guys probably never saw this on Twitch or any of the streaming websites anywhere, but you saw it here, right? Yeah, it's also really, really weird. It still blows my mind ever since we started talking about the UAP, or specifically Arrow, the first congressional hearing for UAPs in 22. How literally no one on Twitch seems to care. Maybe fucking everyone on Twitch is bots. Maybe they're fucking AI or something. I don't know. Like all the casters are AI. Because this, if you are remotely a geek, this should be like a wet dream for you, right? If you are remotely geeky, this should be like, wow, that's actually pretty crazy. Yet why is not, like, does no one care? What is this? Which is also a reason why I think if aliens were just casually introduced to us out of nowhere, a lot of people probably wouldn't even care that much. Like people they go to their 9 to 5 tomorrow and that's pretty much it. Good coverage of a serious issue. There's lack of coverage here, but this is good. Yeah, it definitely seems like there's some sort of organization. Gersh confirmed it, or Gersh said last year that was the case, and now there's multiple people that are confirming it, including people with evidence, apparently, that they're going to show in secret, so... Yeah, or in a skiff, as it's called. Not in secret, but rather into the Congress members. And then the crazies are coming out, unfortunately. You'll never get full disclosure. Boring. You're like literally on the path to actual disclosure. Crazies. There's me. He's starting to ask the right questions, and why would aliens look at our military installations? That would be like us going to a lesser planet and checking out their cannons and pistols. Because they want us to know that they're checking out our stuff, is what it comes down to, and they aren't also blowing it up. We talked about this earlier in the video. Trump is going to introduce aliens to the world. He's probably an alien already. They already indoctrinated him. Never want to fucking hear someone say waffling or yapping ever again. Like, this guy can literally just go down a river without a paddle. Don't talk about issues. I don't have an attention span that long. Yeah, there was, in this video, guys, there was a lot of discussion of the reverse engineering program that doesn't exist and how you can't talk about the reverse engineering program. Which basically just means it exists already. This is something, guys. This was definitely, it basically confirms that there's a branch of the government that is literally working with alien aircraft. Or just aliens in general. Whether or not it's actually with aliens or just, picking up technology, whatever. But it's pretty clear that that exists. And they said there's a what do they call it? A psychological operative, something in the White House, like someone that's actually you're supposed to go talk to talk, like they're the liaison for the what's it called? Project Immaculate Constellation. Is congress.gov, guys. Came out a day ago, so this was after the hearing. Results of this investigation are deeply disturbing. Elements of the executive branch have conspired to prevent the U.S. legislative branch from exercising its lawful powers of the governance with respect to UAP, TUO, and NHI issues. I had to take out my contacts, guys. Oh god, they're getting dry. They're so dry. Like some sort of weird-ass conspiracy. Like, you expect this to be weird-ass conspiracy theory, like, document just out of... This is congress.gov. This is from the Congress website, guys. Public version. Substantial body of sensitive signal intelligence collected from peer and near-peer countries demonstrating foreign awareness of UAP events occurring over sensitive military and intelligence facilities, including nuclear weapons facilities. Due to exceptionally sensitive nature of the sources and methods involved, only general conclusions are provided here. Foreign countries are known to have observed UAPs, whose signature behaviors correlate to the observed in the United States. These UAP events are treated by the security apparatuses of each state as a serious national security threat due to UAP proximity to sensitive military intelligence facilities. These facilities are most often associated with aerospace defense and strategic deterrence and military-sponsored scientific research and development. On multiple occasions, each of these nations have attempted to intercept and shoot down UAPs, violating their territorial airspace and airspace over sensitive facilities. Foreign countries have international organizations dedicated to studying ambiguous threats posed by UAPs, so they have their own government branch, and deducting scientific principles through observing UAP and the careful management of public perceptions of the UAP issue. Sensitive sources, mouth to ear, I guess that means they're talking to them. The official disclosure of the existence of non-human intelligence and their NHIs in the presence on Earth is a pivotal moment in human history. The nature of this information is such... This reads like legit straight from a fucking sci-fi novel, guys. Like, this is... You would think this is fucking crazy shit, right? So let me show you. This is literally from congress.gov. Right here. Right there. Like this album. Thanks, Google. Fuck is this? The nature of this information is of such incomparable relevance to the public that who even wrote this? Like, I was scrolling down here for sources and such, right? To see what this came from. There's like no author on here. There's nothing here. On the congressional website, though. Some may object to the disclosure at some point poses too many risks. To them, it must be said that we'll never be able to predict how individuals, families, communities, and nations will react to revelations of such magnitude. Moving forward, we must guard against the lure of authoritarian solutions justified by expediency and appeals to national security. The good in humanity will always triumph through time, and it's moments like of crisis that are capacities for achieving the extraordinary discovered. Be not afraid. What the fuck is this written? Like, guys, this is from the congressional website. What is this? This is like someone's manifesto. What the fuck is going on here? Be not afraid? Who even... Where is the author of whoever wrote this? Official disclosure of existence of non-human intelligence and their presence on Earth is a pivotal moment in human history. I'd agree with that. The nature of this information is of such incomparable relevance to public good that it demands to be shared. Some may object to this and say the disclosure at times poses too many risks. To them, it must be said that we'll never be able to predict how individuals, families, communities, and nations will react to revelations of such magnitude. Moving forward, we must guard against the lure of authoritarian solutions justified by the expediency and appeals of national security. The good in humanity will always triumph through time, and it's in moments of crisis that our capacities for achieving the extraordinary are discovered. Be not afraid. What is this? And then something in Latin. Hey, this is something you'd find on, like, a conspiracy theory website, right? Like, this is something you'd find on somewhere, you know, some forum or something on 4chan. Bruh, we are, I mentioned before in the video, guys, we are, like, this close to having public disclosure about aliens. Like, you think I'm fucking crazy and you think this isn't happening. This is on the congressional website. We literally just watched a 2-hour video about them talking about it. Science tested by fire, truth through faith. Fucking Warhammer shit. What the fuck is this? You guys would think I'm crazy, like, until you see this. This isn't like dark web shit either. What's going on here? Science tested by fire, truth through faith. There's a 20% chance this is written by ChatGPT. No, this was not written by ChatGPT. There's actually, you can get a feel for how people write tone and diction and how they write. This is 100% written by someone. Who is a good question. Whoever it was, they actually kind of believed in what they're writing here. Also, weirdly enough, once again, this is on the congressional website. Base? This was the lady that was up there. Yeah, it's her. You wrote this? There's a lot of shit going on. We don't have enough time to look. Maybe we'll look at this tomorrow too. There's a lot going on here this time. Most of the time it's just like a little bit of a hearing and that's it. Look at this. It's not even the original. It's not even the original video. The original video is from Wednesday. Fucking founded on NPR. By the way, some of this was already covered. Most of this was covered in the video we just watched. Information provided by the author strongly suggests the U.S. executive branch has been managing UAP NHI. Executive branch, I believe, is White House. NHI issues without congressional knowledge or oversight or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. By the way, the weird thing about this guy, is if Trump is actually for publicizing this right now and making it transparent, he was actually in the White House, like, 8 years ago, right? He was actually president. Maybe he wasn't given all the switches and bells and whistles at the time or something. Not exactly sure how you could have went through there and basically didn't have information to begin with, right? Oversight authorization for quite some time, possibly decades. Criminal conspiracy keeps the elected government of the United States and its citizens ignorant of profound discoveries and dire threats originating from existence of UAP, NHI, and their technologies. NHI, I guess, is the new word for aliens, as opposed to UAP being the new word for UFOs. Ambiguous evidence demonstrated the reality of UAP, NHI, and TUO has made available to Congress by multiple independent UAP whistleblowers, as we just saw. This document is but an item of evidence brought to Congress. Much more exists, hopefully will be made available in the public version of the report. Information is organized into 7 categories of evidence, including unacknowledged, special access programs. I wish you could actually, like, you can't read this. This is someone scanned in a document on the fucking JPEG setting. Oh, why? Organized in 7 categories of evidence, including unacknowledged special access programs, imaginary imagery intelligence, human intelligence, signals intelligence, USG bureaucratic records, USG historical records, and other sensitive sources. All information in this report is derived from access to non-public information. If this was actually words, I could actually read this with my add-on I have, but I don't. Immaculate Constellation is an unacknowledged special access program established following the public disclosure of ATEP, AWASP programs by Luis Elizondo in 2017. Upon disclosure to Congress, it was determined that this USAP and its collateral information have not been lawfully reported to Congress. Immaculate Constellations, this legit reads like a sci-fi novel, guys. Immaculate Constellation's primary mission is collecting imagery intelligence on unidentified aerial phenomenon, also known as UFOs, and ARV-RV, reproduction vehicles. Utilizing tasked and untasked U.S. military intelligence sources as part of a network of SAPs linked to non-human intelligence, UAP Technologies' Immaculate Constellation acts as a nexus for collecting, analyzing, and disseminating intelligence on activities, capabilities, and locations of anomalous aerospace threats that originate from foreign or unidentified sources. Intelligence within the Immaculate Constellation program primarily consists of high-quality imagery, intelligence and collateral measurement, and signatures intelligence of UAP's ARVs within Earth's atmosphere. The collection platform involved are a blend of tasked and untasked capabilities in low Earth orbit, LEO, the upper atmosphere, military and civilian aviation altitudes, and maritime environments. Immaculate Constellation pays particular attention to anomalous aerospace platforms that have been developed through... Let's actually take a look real quick here, guys. I'm actually curious. I think we're going to take a look at this over the coming days. Oh, you can see when they gained access to the information. You can see when Congress was made aware of it, by the way. In October. Holy shit. Literally 0 hits for people looking for Immaculate Constellation prior to what happened on Wednesday. Well, you know, putting aside this right here. Let's do like a... Oh. Yeah, so this is when Congress first learned about it right here. You can see basically when someone learned about it and they told their friends, and then they decided to tell their friends, guys. And then this is where the public hearing happened on Wednesday. A lot of really cool shit you can do with analytics, by the way. And this is one of them right here, where we're looking at basically a word that legit no one ever searched for prior to basically 2 months ago. Yeah. Look at that. That is absolutely incredible. It's based on 100, which is basically like a heat score. It's compared to itself. So 100 being basically the most searched term. What's another one? So comparatively, you can look at it relative to other search history. So let's see. What would be something that's trending recently? We could look at Trump or election, but I think that would be too noisy. There's too many people. I don't know of a good search term that wouldn't just be completely saturate things. Overwatch 2. Let's go Overwatch 2. Which is 6v6 just came out, by the way. So here we can see the popularity of Overwatch 2 comparably to Immaculate Constellation in terms of people looking for it, which is it's a big fat 0 here, right? And this week happened, and we got some boost here from what was this? This was, I think, it was the start of a season, and this just happened with 6v6. Actually, surprisingly, there's almost no one talking about. There's no one searching for Overwatch 2 despite 6v6 coming out. That's kind of weird. This is 6v6 here, though. So, anyways, we can see here that basically Immaculate Constellation, no one searched for Immaculate Constellation. And prior, comparably to people searching for Overwatch 2, comparably, we can see that there's just as many people looking for Immaculate Constellation as Overwatch 2 at one point here. Basically, the 100% is basically comparably to itself, right? It's the whatever searched the most. Not linear. What is it called? It's a type of scale. And this is where it happened on Wednesday. So someone found out about it in October, and then they told their friends after figuring things out, and then it happened there. So this is obviously all in Congress before the hearing happened. And then it's been kind of bumping since then. And then obviously on Wednesday it popped off. Categorization of Immaculate Constellation as a parent USAP with various child SAPs under its umbrella indicates a high level of compartmentalization and secrecy. In effect, Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent. So basically, that's your Men in Black going on here, guys. Or basically Arrow prior to Arrow existing, by the way. Serves as a central parent. USAP consolidates observations of UAP and ARV activities detected by tasked and untasked collection platforms. Sophisticated internal information and security controls are a major part of the Immaculate Constellation program, which enforces compartmentalization by detecting, quarantining, and transferring UAP and RV imagery collection incidents before they are circulated within the military intelligence enterprise. So this is like the CIA of the CIA. Is what is going on here? Yeah. So they have access to intelligence prior to the other intelligence aspects, even I would assume even like highly classified branches of the military, before they gain access to it. In conclusion, they keep saying Immaculate Constellation. IM shows the USG is not only aware of UAPs and TDOs, but also foreign state efforts to replicate UAP and TDO capabilities in other countries. The data within IM reveals the capacity of the U.S. Armed Services and military intelligence communities to detect, track, identify, and engage anomalous transmedium platforms. Immaculate Constellation also demonstrates, it's in all caps too, I have to read it, demonstrates the extent to capability to detect, quarantine, and transfer UAP and RV collection incidents before they are observed and circulated within military intelligence enterprise, partially explaining why many otherwise cleared members of military and IC are unaware of UAP activities. Finally, the existence of IM provides verifiable evidence of the witting participation by elements of the U.S. Armed Services, Defense Civil Services, and Intelligence Community in a global surveillance and reconnaissance mission tasked with monitoring UAPs and ARRVs. Literally fucking sci-fi shit, guys. It fucking feels weird reading this, I'm not gonna lie. It feels like someone's manifesto somewhere. And I would not have believed any of this if this didn't come out of Congress and if we didn't just watch the 2 hours. Well, I mean, I watched the UAP reports from last year and the year before, so maybe not super surprising, but this isn't something I would have ever expected to come out of Congress. USG maintains imaginary or imagery intelligence database accessible to personnel with appropriate security clearances and mission need. The databases are scattered among various organizations and services, leading to fragmented ownership structure. This dispersion complicates the timely and comprehensive gathering of IMNT-related unidentified aerial phenomena. Control over access to these datasets primarily resides with the military intelligence enterprise, the combatant commands, and the armed services, and the individual program managers. There's no head to the snake, guys. The fuck? There is... discussion of UAP contacts. Common types of UAPs, which is on the Arrow website. Triangles were the most rarest UAPs reported in the data. Most of these sightings were equilateral triangles, occasionally with vertical stabilizers visible on top of the UAP. Elongated isocels types were also reported, occasionally with the same vertical stabilizers observed over equilateral types. What the fuck? While on active duty in the Pacific, flight deck personnel working night duty experienced a close encounter with spherical UAP of medium-large size. On-duty flight deck crew observed a small orange-red sphere maneuvering at a high altitude above the CVN. Shortly after first observation, the UAP rapidly descended from high-altitude position directly above the flight deck of the CVN. UAP maintained altitude and matched the speed of the underway CVN, which is an aircraft carrier, by the way. For an uncertain period of time, observing personnel reported altered perceptions of time during those close encounters. The UAP appeared to be emit soft orange-red light, which bizarrely did not illuminate the ocean or the flight deck of the CVN, despite visual appearance of intense luminosity. The surface of the UAP was observed to be dynamic, so there are multiple personnel that were on an aircraft carrier. The UAP took no... surface of the UAP was observed to be dynamic, rolling like the surface of the sun. That's some sci-fi fucking shit. The UAP took no reported actions during the encounter, only maintained a close proximity to the CVN. After an uncertain period, the UAP suddenly shot into the air, disappearing at a point high above the CVN. Observing personnel felt as though they snapped out of a trance and a sense of profound unease. The incident reported that concludes in noting that CVN had not responded in any way of what perceived as a hostile interception by the UAP. So, once again, not hostile. They're just kind of neutral / benevolent, where they aren't really waging war or doing anything like that. This is, something, guys. You know, like, it literally feels like I'm reading someone's fanfic here. And I can't really stress that enough. Maybe it's because it's so altered from basically everything else. What they're describing here, by the way, of feeling like they were in a trance and then snapping out of it the moment it disappears. If you guys, we loosely covered some of the stuff on, like, mass media, you know, where people are talking about aliens is kind of just, you know, super uncredible. There was the Vegas alien, if you guys remember that, right? Where allegedly an alien actually crashed in someone's backyard. Yeah. And there was a point in the interview where the person said that they couldn't move after basically looking at the alien, and they just were kind of like locked in place. And that sounds an awful lot like what's going on right here. Earlier in the video, or earlier in the stream, guys, we talked about how there's already certain kind of like weapon systems that are already designed to kind of do similar things, where it makes, like, it feels like your skin's boiling, for instance, right? It's not really the same exact thing, but our modern society, our current military level is reaching the point where we can potentially actually have, like, crowd denial systems that just make you, like, they don't hurt you, but they make you feel completely just like your skin. Our version makes you feel like your skin's on fire even though you're not burning, right? Which is obviously a horrible sensation, but it's not tough to actually consider that aliens might have something where it's actually like kind of like a stun ray or something, where it just kind of placates you for a little bit, you know, to keep you from doing dumb shit as they're, like, doing things, who knows what. Very, very, very interesting, guys. Okay, we can't cover all this. I think we're gonna look at this tomorrow. I didn't expect there to be so much shit. This is actually ridiculous. Beat China to the moon? Thought they already went there. "25 minutes of thank yous and other bullshit." Fast forward, you dumb shit. They wouldn't have admitted UAPs existed before now. Yeah, we're gonna... I think, like, they're describing in the video, guys, how sightings were seemingly becoming more common, and they're brushing it off as maybe it's because we have better instrumentation. No, I think the aliens are intentionally doing more close encounter sort of shit, so they're kind of easing us into things, is what it feels like. And this, comparably to last year, is also, like, just like, you can feel like the ramp up sort of thing going on here. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get anything else till next year, but it is pretty clear that there's something going on here right now. This isn't sci-fi shit. I mean, it is sci-fi shit, but it's not fake, is what it's coming down to. And pretty clear that there's more going on here. Only 45,000 views, 48,000 views, guys. Absolutely fucking incredible. That's from Forbes. That's something, guys. Okay. We don't have enough time. And by the way, guys, if you weren't here for earlier, if you think everything's just a grainy image, there is 100% actual videos out of the military, out of the government, that show things that you legit can't explain away. That's not something you can actually just go, oh, it's a smudge on the lens sort of shit. This is from 2 years ago, by the way. But I still show it because it's pretty clear that that's not something that is normal. That's not someone's hobby drone flying around right now. That is a metal sphere flying through the air. And this is on Arrow. This is the official military website for All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office right here. This is an official government website. This isn't conspiracy theory shit. This isn't some part of YouTube. This is legit an official government website that is run by the government. That's a government organization. 45 comments. The revolution will quietly be streamed live on a workday on Wednesday. That's on the nose, absolutely on the nose. Yeah, it's a fast-flying balloon. True story. True fucking story. Okay. We gotta call things here for tonight, guys. I'm way over, but this is actually, like I said, this is like fucking Christmas for me, guys. I don't fucking even care about Christmas. This is fucking Christmas for me. This is legit. This is legit the government actually talking about the existence of aliens and pretty much acknowledging the existence of aliens and now trying to figure out how to fully disclose it through the official channels in the government. Like, just having witnesses and people that can offer testimony isn't enough, right? We actually need whatever the organization is to come out. And that's what all the prying is about right now. It's kind of weird that we live in a day and age of like fucking Marvel movies and sci-fi fucking everywhere, right? And we still, like, whatever's doing this still doesn't think apparently we're ready for it. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. I don't know if we're going to cover this tomorrow, guys. We'll see. But either way, guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tonight will probably be either Deep Rock Galactic or more aliens. I don't know. I don't go looking around the tubes for just random content. If this wasn't from the government, I wouldn't have watched it because there's a lot of clout farming on YouTube, right? People can just do anything with 3D nowadays. And hey, look, I got alien footage. Yeah, you do. Alien autopsy shit. But we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be more Deep Rock Galactic or aliens. I don't know. If you are new to streaming, enjoy the bullshit, enjoy the fun, you enjoyed watching me Congress and my commentary, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I am out here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be probably DRG. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.